Hello, everybody, and welcome back to my woods. Today we are going to be reading scary Christmas stories because nothing gets me in the mood for the holidays quite like a good scare. I've actually been very much in the mood for unsettling, eerie content, and that itch has not been scratched. And honestly, streaming's a lot of fun. I've become not addicted to it, but maybe drawn to it in a level where it's like everything I do doesn't have to be streaming, but it does. It really does. So I decided to pull up some Reddit Christmas stories. I haven't read ahead, so I don't know if these are going to be obviously fake or just schlocky nonsense. My goal is to read enough to where I actually get unsettled and scared, which is not super difficult for me, but it takes a specific kind of story. It has to either be this could really happen. This is a terrifying encounter with a terrifying human being who is not well or lacks empathy or has some problem where they are willing and eager to hurt people, and it's a viable encounter. Or something supernatural where I don't really believe in the supernatural, not fully, but I would consider myself supernatural agnostic to an extent. I I don't believe in ghosts until there's a light flickering at the end of the hallway, and all of a sudden I'm I'm not going back there. That's not happening. And that's 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 based on a real thing that happened at my job, where I was working at a hotel, and a light started flickering at the end of the hallway. It was the middle of the day, and my coworker is like, "Oh yeah, that's the ghost. There's a ghost here." She was just messing with me. There's not even a legend of a ghost there, but the light was flickering, and then a door kind of creaked open, and I was like, "I'm not going back there. That's not." Every single fight or flight instinct in me has reared up, and I am ready to not only avoid that place, but run away from my job tonight. So, I don't really believe in ghosts, but I don't not believe in them either, is what I'm trying to say. So if something paranormal feels real enough, it's not following writing tropes and whatnot. It's got that flair of authenticity to it, then that'll kind of set me on edge. It used to be anything supernatural would set me on edge. A demon movie, oh, I'm done. The story about the rake, oh my gosh. I first heard about that. I was with a bunch of teenage boys. I was the only girl, and we were in the back of a pickup truck in the middle of this open wide yard, and it's super dark out. And they showed me pictures of the rake, and they tell the story of it, and I'm messed up for the rest of the night. Nowadays, I'm I don't know. I guess trail cam footage spookies are too common now, too easy, too simple. So it's less appealing. I don't know. Like the Blair Witch Project, one of my favorite horror movies, if not my favorite horror movie. I know that it is controversial because found footage became a vastly overused trope. But that was the first one to do it, and they did it well. I also get, though, people who are oh, it was just all build up and no payoff, and whatnot. I get that. That's how I feel about The Shining. I have to rewatch The Shining, but I don't know, 30 minutes into The Shining, I was oh, it's all horror music without any actual horror. So I don't need to be scared when the music tells me to be scared. So I don't know. We will see. I'm both cynical and a scaredy cat, and that is the interesting balance that I strike. And the reason that I'm very curious how long it'll take before I actually get scared. I'm not good at knowing my limits either, because I'm I don't think I'll get scared enough to stop, and that's not because I won't get scared enough where I should stop. It's because I don't know how to stop. The stream I did Friday night was a drinking stream with Jacob, and that will be the last drinking stream I ever do because I thought I was being reasonable. I cut myself off at the end. I was like, there were like 6 shots that I was like, I'm not gonna do that. Like he died 6 times. I was supposed to take 6 more shots, and I was like, we got to save those for next video or something. That's not gonna happen. We're gonna find another form of punishment because I logged off of the stream, went out into the living room, and threw up twice, and it was truly awful. I had my first hangover. I guess once you're 28, you're just too old to not get hangovers anymore. It wasn't like a bad hangover, but it was a hangover. You know, I was just kind of like nauseous and tired, but you know, having that experience for the first time is like, oh, alcohol is no longer quite as fun now, is it? Like, I don't know if I'm gonna like swear it off entirely, but it's one of those things where like once I have like a negative experience with a mind altering substance, or enough negative experiences, I'm like, it loses its appeal. It's like I don't want to do this anymore. It's not like worth it. Okay, I'm trying to pull up the stream, but I want to do that in the app and not on the website. Since enough negative experiences. Do. Boop. Oh, am I in the app? I am in the app. Okay, that's good. Do. All right. So, our first story comes from r/paranormal encounters, or stories, I should say. Does anybody have any good creepy Christmas stories? I don't really like Christmas time. It's never felt like a really happy holiday to me. I've always found myself creeped out by winter nights, and Christmas Eve itself has given me the chills a few times. No Krampus encounters, but I do remember being unable to sleep and wanting to listen for Santa and hearing strange noises like scratching and thumping on the walls, as well as weird voices that didn't match my family's, and it seemed to travel around my house inconsistently. That's the end of it for me, though. I grew up in a haunted house, but I never saw or encountered anything on Christmas Eve or Christmas time that I can remember besides the creepy noises and voices. Does anybody have any spooky Christmas time stories? Very, very, like, in-depth prompt. Not just like, hey, tell me a scary story. Like, here's my experience, but like, I wanna be creeped out. I like that a lot. I also, in the later half of my life, I think grew up in a haunted house. We've had things go missing in this house. We've had strange encounters. My grandma heard like a scuffle at like 3 a.m. and there was like a handprint on the window, and it's like that could have just been someone fighting outside, but the house is not near a lot, so that would be very odd. There have been times where like my grandma and my cousin heard like a loud crash on the back patio, and they go to look and nothing's there. Nothing's changed. The back patio's still quiet and calm. And it was so loud that my mother on the phone heard it through. And she was like, "What was that?" And my grandma and cousin are like, "Nothing's there. I don't understand." And then there's like more explainable things like vacuums starting on their own while they're plugged in. It's like, okay, that was probably just a power surge or something. But like a lot of items go missing, including my Apple Pencil. So I have been a victim of this ghost, if there is one. But yeah, I don't know. It's once again I'm supernaturally agnostic. I don't believe it, but I don't, and like I do feel quite confident discrediting it is the thing. Like I'm not like a agnostic in the sense where I'm like I don't know, it could be real, it could not be real. I'm like confidently like probably fake. However, if I'm scared enough, I will be a believer in that moment in order to just play it safe. So that's where my supernatural agnosticism comes from, or the stance that I have. Also, just forewarning, I have dyslexia, so like I will switch words around or like get switched up in the lines, but usually I'm actually pretty good at reading aloud thanks to like a bunch of theater practice. However, I also do struggle to like process what I'm reading as I'm reading it aloud, so you will understand the story probably quicker than I do. But that being said, let's dive into it. Okay. Story 1 from Knives Out 21. Yes, I was about 16. It was Christmas Eve and snowing heavily. My parents and myself were sitting in the living room with the Christmas tree lights on, having eggnog and opening my stocking gifts, as was our tradition. We suddenly heard the door knocker banging really loudly 3 times. We see no one out the window, but my dad opened up the door and looked down. There was a bloody black cat lying across the threshold, across the snow. That was messed up. I'm also going to censor it a little bit. I don't know why. That was messed up. There was no human footprints in the snow, no tire tracks, and logistically, there was nowhere and no way that... there was nowhere. Logistically, there was nowhere and no way that we would have not seen anyone if they put the cat there. It was still alive, so we shut the door and left it there, and it was gone in the morning. Not LOL. My family and myself are huge animal lovers. Thank goodness. I was really worried. I was like, left it there? What the frick? My family and myself are huge animal lovers. Of course, we took it in and made it comfortable. It was a young male that was not fixed and had been in a terrible fight. A few days later, we took it to a vet and it recovered nicely. Or he recovered nicely. The weird thing, aside from the knocking and no footprints in the snow, was my mom gave it to a friend of ours that lived down the street. About 4 or 5 months later, the cat is now happily part of the family. Oh, the cat, now happily part of the family, woke them all up by howling and screaming, just freaking out. Turns out an electrical fire had started in the garage, and one of the cars was also on fire. They all woke up, and everyone was okay, and the car didn't blow up, and only the garage was damaged. But they were very lucky in general, but especially because there was all kinds of flammable stuff in the garage. Initially, they called him something stupid like Shadow, but they renamed him to Clark after Superman. He was a really nice cat and lived to be pretty old. That is a wonderful story. The knocking? I mean, I guess if you've got a metal knocker, that's a pretty specific sound. I'm trying to think, if a cat's in a bad enough fight and they're like thrashing each other around, they could like bang into the door hard enough to like imitate that sound. That's my explanation, but I do also kind of love like the story of like that like it is a little bit of a trope, but it's like, oh, like some supernatural entity makes a sound to alert someone to like someone in need that can't alert them themselves. I do love that kind of thing. Yeah, holy damn. I think I know it's going 2 different times and I get surprised and twisted around. Clark, the Christmas Cat Miracle. That's like a really good story. I like that one a lot. Okay, let's close that. First Christmas after my grandpa died. I was 17 and still very confused on handle. I'm just going to start all the way over. First Christmas after my grandpa died. I was 17 and still very confused on how to handle the shit show of emotions I was having. Christmas morning, I was sitting there on the floor with my brother opening presents when we noticed 2 cards tucked in the tree. I opened the one with my name on it, and it was in my grandpa's handwriting. All it said was, "I love you, Peanut," which was his nickname for me. He had passed in August and had never given me a card for Christmas in my life. My mom refuses to acknowledge this happened, but my brother remembers it well. Up until about 9 years ago, there was a picture of me holding the card. But when I finally dealt with the grief I shoved down, the picture vanished. That's very interesting. The picture vanished. That one does not feel quite... Well, the story feels real, but I don't think the picture vanished because she processed her grief. But, I don't know. Interesting story. Not scary yet. Nothing scary yet. It was Christmas Eve and I was 14. We had a lot of snow, but I wanted to ride my horse. Wow. Right off the gate. Telling us just the kind of upbringing you had. I guess that's 2 different possible categories if you have a horse, but you know. I wanted to ride my horse, so I went to the stables and saddled him up. I always tied him to my parents' porch when I rode up to the house. The stables were about a mile away, but I was used to the walk up and back. I was getting ready to take him back when one of my friends came walking up and I gave her a ride to her house. On my way back, my horse wanted to run, so I let him. We came upon my friend's sister and I was going to give her a ride home, but my horse wouldn't stop. I laughed and said sorry and figured he'd stop when we got to the house, but he didn't. He went straight for the driveway and out into the road. I started to get scared, so I was pulling on the reins pretty hard, to the point that I was standing and using all of my strength, and he didn't even slow down. I could see cars going through the crossroads, and he was galloping full bore with no intention of stopping. He tried to jump a brand new Ford LTD. Back then cars were boats. He hit it chest high and was tossed down the road. He tried to jump a brand new Ford LTD. Back then cars were boats. He hit it chest high, and I was tossed down the road. See, dyslexia. He did a perfect somersault and slid on his rump past the intersection. I was wearing a thick coat and 2 pairs of jeans, so no road rash for me. That's lucky. I landed on my left wrist, crushed it, but I survived. The horse had road rash on his rump, but was fine other than that. A policeman was parked at the intersection and saw the whole thing. He couldn't get a hold of the ambulance service because they were out to lunch. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it's like a small town, I guess? So he drove me over to the ambulance driver's house. Really small town, I guess. And I sat in their living room with their kids side-eyeing me and waited for them to come back after finishing their lunch. Yeah, nothing paranormal, but an interesting Christmas story. That is very interesting. Hi, Vortex. How you doing? I'm reading creepy Christmas stories in order to get in the Christmas spirit, because nothing quite says Christmas like ghosts and scary stuff. That is a wild story. That one's... I see, the problem is, like, everything about it is believable except for, like, the ambulance house thing. It's like, what year was this? Like, I don't know. I live in a pretty dang small town, and that's not how it would go here. But also that could be just, like, the era I've grown up in. Like, they said they were 14. They don't say when. So, like, absolutely could be, like, 60s, 80s, something like that. I'm doing pretty good. I've been wanting to scratch that spooky itch. So I've got this, I don't know. I just, anything I do for entertainment now, I have to stream it. Because I just find streaming so fun. So yeah. Oh, what's even weirder is my older brother tried to ride him to the stables after the accident, and my horse took off with him too, and he couldn't stop him. That's not good. My dad sold him because I was too afraid to ride him anymore. There was a group of cowboys in town putting in cable. Odd as what's NE? Is that Nebraska? Or is Nebraska NA? Agreed. Streaming is so fun. NE, is that Nebraska? I think that's gotta be Nebraska. Oh wait, NE Ohio. Couldn't be Nebraska, Ohio, never mind. Odd as in northeastern Ohio. Okay. Now I'm with it. There was a group of cowboys in town putting in cable, which is interesting. Odd, as northeastern Ohio doesn't have cowboys. And my dad sold him to one of them. I'd see that cowboy racing through town because he couldn't control him either. It was like that horse decided one day that nobody, except my dad, was going to ride him anymore. The only reason my dad could ride him was because he would punch him in the head if he tried any crap. I mean, I guess that's fair when he's risking your life, but dang, I don't love that. Ooh. All right. Story number 4? Is that what we're on? Story number 4. Still not scared. Still not spooked. During the 80s, the family had a Christmas party which ended in the late wee hours of the morning. The family, not my family. The family. That's interesting. My mom with her cousin were taking the trash outside before they sleep. and saw that their neighbor across the house was sitting by the gutter and smiling at them. She waved hi, and the girl smiled and waved back. Then her cousin shook her and said, "That's not neighbor's name." She then realized that their neighbor had shoulder-length hair, and this girl in front of them has long ankle-length hair and is wearing a long white sleeping gown. They both started screaming and ran back inside the house. The next morning, they learned that their neighbors were not home spending Christmas in the province. Not sure if it was really a ghost, but here in the Philippines, it would be so uncomfortable wearing a long sleeping gown since we're in a tropical country. You've basically just described the girl from The Ring, which makes me a little suspicious. It's like a very stereotypical, like, Japanese ghost. I don't know. Interesting. I remember one Christmas Eve night when I was 8 or 9, and me and my family went to bed after meeting with relatives. 8 or 9. Dyslexia got me there. 8 or 9. Went to bed after meeting with relatives. I was laying in the bed, just anxious for the next morning and unable to sleep. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but I couldn't. This wasn't unusual for me, as I normally couldn't sleep as a kid. Excuse me. I still have some sleeping problems today. So I just laid there until the typos on these. So I just cased there until I get tired or the sun came up. Well, after a while, a loud scraping sound came from my roof. It sounded like someone dragging a long piece of something hard all the way across from one side of the house to the other. I woke up and went to tell my parents. When I went in their room, they both got up because I was scared. They said they didn't hear anything and told me to go to bed. The next day, there was debris from the roof on our yard. Still to this day, we never know what went across our roof. That's actually spooky. Because that one's like some creepy person was up on your roof. And you don't know what they were doing, why they were there. If they tampered with anything. That's interesting. There's quite a few creatures claimed to go down people's chimneys besides Santa and Krampus. Is there? That's lore I don't know about. Okay, so that's it for this thread. Nothing really scary. Dragging across the roof is pretty creepy, though. Like, that falls into the category of, like, creepy human things that are, like, believable and unsettling. Not getting the scares that I want yet, but that was there. That was getting closer. Okay. Excuse me, I got a burp. Oh, let me read the prompt first. Christmas horror story. I'm bored, and as Christmas is coming up, let's get in the spirit. Post your Christmas horror stories below, or an old one that people may have forgotten. Yeah, this is more what I expected out of the primary posts. That's why, like, the last one where it was like, oh, this is my, like, slightly spooky experiences. Can you tell me yours? I was like, oh, wow, that was in depth. You actually cared about what you were asking. Not really a horror story, but I've got this one. A while back, probably 20 or so years, when I had to spend a Christmas day at my grandparents' house in the early hours of Christmas Eve. I messed that up. A while back, probably 20 or so. 20 or so what? Oh, years. Because this, yes, gets me. I editorialized it at first because I knew it was years, but this time really caught me off guard. A while back, probably 20 or so years, when I had to spend a Christmas day at my grandparents' house in the early hours of Christmas Eve, probably 3 a.m., my dad, who was lying on the floor of the upstairs bedroom where we were sleeping, woke up and said he heard a bang downstairs. He opened the bedroom door, and Granddad was on the landing, looking out over the banister. He asked Dad if he heard it, and both went down to look. There was a ton of shouting and bangs and screaming. "Get out of here. I'll rip your effing head off," that sort of thing, and a louder scuffle. It was only a few minutes, but it felt like forever. Eventually, they came upstairs, and Mum asked, "What happened?" Dad said, "It was," then noticed me and some siblings sitting up and said, "Was the Grinch, and he got in, but we got the bastard out." I couldn't sleep at all that night because I was worried that the Grinch was coming back for the presents. Now I know it wasn't the Grinch, but according to my parents, for years afterwards, I'd asked if we had Grinch traps set up. So yeah, not exactly as scary. That's terrifying. What do you mean? There was... I mean, if you're bothering to threaten it with, like, I'll rip your effing head off, that doesn't sound like a raccoon got in. It sounds like there's a physical intruder, like a human being that broke into your house. That's freaking awful. But also, good, quick thinking, it was the Grinch. Phenomenal recovery. I don't know if I would have the, like, presence of mind to recover like that if I had just fought off an intruder. Even if it was, I don't know. An intruder, I could see a lie being valuable. A raccoon, I don't get why you would lie about that. You would just be like, oh my god, a raccoon got in, and we just got it out. So there's no reason to be like, oh, like, it was the Grinch. So that like, makes me feel like it must be an intruder. But now I don't know if I'm, like, reading too much into it, you know? But, like, I don't know. If I had just fought off an intruder, there's no way I would have the wherewithal to be like, oh, it was the Grinch. I'd be like, oh my god, we just had someone in our home. Like, that's terrifying. I don't know. This one's good. Definitely amped it up. Not really a complete Xmas story, but one time I was over at my aunt's old house with my parents, and we were walking to my aunt's new husband, who was her BF at the time, and a Santa Claus ornament flew off directly at him and hit him. Definitely not complex. Very interesting, though. That's wild. I don't know. And see, that's one of those things where, like, I'm ghost agnostic enough that, like, if I saw something like that happen, I'm like, all right, I guess they must be real. Like if there's not, like, clearly someone there who could have thrown the ornament. But, like, if an ornament, like, flies sideways off the tree, I'm like, yeah, I guess my doubt is completely dispelled now. Ugh. Also, why? I gotta say, why are Redditors, like, allergic to punctuation? Why are Redditors allergic to punctuation? Like, every time I'm reading one of these, I have to, like, insert my own pauses where I think they would safely be, and hope I'm not just messing up the flow of the story, because, oh boy. Alright. Not sure if this is what you're asking for, but the scariest Christmas we've had was a few years ago. This was more scary for my son, really, although I was pretty shaken up. One Christmas Eve, he must have been around 4, he started screaming about 1 a.m. I ran to his bedroom, and he was so scared. He said Santa was trying to get in, and he looked really mad. I looked out the window, and on the kitchen roof extension was indeed a guy dressed as Santa, sprawled out on his back. I opened the window and shouted at him something like, "What the frick are you doing?" Just as my husband, upon hearing the guy stumbling on the kitchen roof, raced out and practically ripped this guy down the side of the house. It turned out my next-door neighbor's ex-husband got drunk and... what's maudlin? I've heard that word. Oh, got drunk and mad and missed his kids at Christmas. So he decided to dress up as Santa and climb up to their bedroom to surprise them. Only he got the wrong house, as he'd never been in their back garden before, and ended up scaring the crap out of my son. He had hurt his knee climbing up there, which is why he was so angry-looking. Oh, the Santa was angry-looking. I thought the kid was angry-looking. That's even scarier. My neighbor and her new partner came over, and the poor ex was mortified. I ended up feeling really bad for him. Wait, are they gay? We love gay. My neighbor and her new partner came over, and the poor ex was mortified. Oh no, the Santa guy. He was mortified. Yeah, as he should be. I ended up feeling really bad for him. It was around 2 a.m. by the time everyone calmed down and went home. Oh god, what a night. Thankfully, even though he was only 4, my son was pretty level-headed, and we were able to explain what had happened without him freaking out too much. The ex popped over a couple days after Christmas with a remote-controlled car for him to apologize for what happened. Okay, alright, he's winning brownie points. The next year, though, my son wanted me to put a sign in his bedroom window with, "His name lives here." I'm pretty sure he was only half joking. Oh, I think I would forever be terrified of Santa if early on in my life an actual Santa imitator had tried to break into my bedroom. Oh. My son is 16 now and actually goes cycling with the guy and his son. Oh, wow. A whole, like, family connection then. My kid doesn't really remember it too well, but he's heard the story over and over, and he sees the funny side. My husband once met the ex outside the front of the house, and he was carrying a stepladder, and asked him if he was going in our kitchen roof again. Asked him if he was going on our kitchen roof again, could he please clean the gutters this time? It's kind of evolved into a wholesome story about how much he missed his kids now, though, which is a bit easier for the guy to laugh about rather than be embarrassed. That's a nice turnaround. It's still, like, even, I don't know, even if he got the right house, even if he was at the house that his children are in, that's still, like, really creepy. Like, that's, like, akin to stalker behavior. It depends, obviously, on, like, how, like, close the ex is with the family, how often he's actually over at that house. Like, if they're, clear, it doesn't seem like it's, like, a no contact situation, because they're not, like, screaming and kicking him out, and he's spending time with his son. So, like, I guess it's probably fine. But, like, I hear, like, an ex-husband missing their kids and sneaking onto the roof. I'm like, that's danger territory. Like, that's, generally not the safest situation for the ex-spouse and the children, the ones living in the house. But I guess this seems like it's a slightly different situation than that, thankfully. But still, like, you should contact your ex-wife and be like, "Hey, I'm going to do this tonight," and not do it drunk. So, like, overall, LDAD. But I'm glad that everyone around the story was able to take a positive look at it rather than just being, like, set in this kind of creepy, unnerving thing happened, and now we don't feel safe. So, overall, because the impact on the people outside of the ex himself was positive, I'm glad it wound up that way. But still, creepy. Okay. That's a video. We don't need a video. Black Cat 1206, 5 years ago. The Squireen's Daughter and the Devil's Dance. Okay, so this is a folktale thing? Yeah, at the end it says, "This lovely folktale was told regularly to my cousins and I." Okay. Interesting. There was once a wealthy but kind Squireen, squire in Gaelic. Ooh, okay. Who lived in a huge castle or mansion along with his 3 young, beautiful daughters, Fiad, Kira, and Niam. Their beloved mother had passed away 5 years back. It was a dark, cold, stormy Christmas Eve, right when the devil paid Squireen Roke a visit. The Squireen invited the devil to dine with them, and the devil did. The Squireen invited the devil to play cards with them, and the devil did. The devil, being the devil, and a crafty, conniving, and wretched creature, made a wager with the old Squireen. Should it be Squireen? Squireen? I'll switch to Squireen. Because I feel like Squire would more easily come from Squireen than Squireen. I've completely lost my place. Now, the devil had taken quite a shine to Squireen Roke's youngest daughter and wanted her for himself. The devil told the Squireen that he would play cards with him, but if he won 3 rounds, then the radiant fair Niam would be his forever, and he would dance her back to hell and to live as his bride for all eternity. I'm so good at reading. The Squireen felt obliged to agree. I mean, who turns down the devil? The devil, being the devil, cheated at cards, so thought that he had tricked himself into getting a beautiful, young, innocent bride to corrupt. The devil underestimated Niam, though, for Niam means bright in Gaelic, and Niam certainly lived up to her name. She did not want to be the devil's wife, and so, along with her 2 sisters, hatched a most devious plan that would put the devil himself to shame. They filled up a beautiful red silk bag with salt, and Niamh hung it around her slender neck. That's interesting. When the devil came to claim Niamh, they began to dance, but we all know that demons can't tolerate salt at any cost. It is like poison to them, and the devil is the king of demons. On noticing the beautiful bag, the devil's curiosity and greed got the better of him, and he tore it off the fair, clever maiden's neck. Ripping the bag open, he gazed upon the pure white salt, and with an awful part wail and part growl, he fled the old squireens' castle or mansion, and scurried all the way back to hell, leaving the family to enjoy the festivities of the season in peace and tranquility as they deserved. This lovely folk tale was told regularly to my cousins and I as kids by our beautiful Irish gran, and it always made me laugh and gave me shivers in equal measures. I love that. That's a lovely story. Only 1 upvote, and that's the default upvote. 5 years ago. I'm not logged in, so I can't change that. Boop. Serious. This is from Ask Reddit 4 years ago. What's your real-life creepy Christmas story? Archived post, no comments. See, it always does that, and then, doesn't show the original prompt. And I can't tell if that's because it was deleted, or if it's just because they never put anything. Okay. When I was 7-ish, my dad picked me up from my mom's and brought me to his ex's house, where he cheated. Then he went to his girlfriend's house. Oh, that's terrible. I guess creepy. This thread is not much. Not really a Christmas story, but kinda is. When I was a kid, my grandparents had an old 1800s farmhouse that used to be the house that half of my town was parsed out into. What does that mean? Parsed out into. I know a lot of words, and they're using words I don't know. At some point, the family that lived there built a similar home for their mother-in-law to move into right next door. There was always statues of Jesus and Mary in the windows of the bedroom. We used it as a playroom. That faced the newer house, built in 1890, when I was a little kid. Love the asides rather than making a separate sentence to add that context. I was never allowed to touch them, and they always had to stay in the window. My aunts and uncles would make references to the Betty Crocker lady, and no one would ever tell me why. Turns out that before I was born, my great-aunt was staying with my grandparents and slept in that bedroom 1 year over Christmas, when my mom and uncles were little. She came down in the morning shaken up, saying that there was a woman that looked like Betty Crocker that was in the room watching her when she slept. That day they went over to the neighbor's house for a Christmas cocktail, and my great-aunt points to an old portrait that hung over the fireplace. They asked who that was, and the people who lived there now stated that it was left there by the previous family, and they just kept it there because it looked cool. That was the Betty Crocker lady. Turns out that was the mother-in-law that the house next to my grandparents was built for 130 years ago. My Irish Catholic grandmother immediately went home and put out the statues and all the windows facing the house so that she couldn't get into their house. A valid response, honestly. That's pretty creepy. Especially an old story. I like old stories because they're unverifiable and somehow that makes them more believable, you know? Also, there's less oh, they didn't have cell phones. Oh, they didn't have a way to check this. They don't have a flashlight or a calculator in their pocket. Not I don't know what a calculator is going to do in a scary situation, but they can't take pictures of it. It lends itself a certain air of credibility, despite the fact that credibility comes from the fact that it cannot be proven. It's kind of wild. Excuse me. My dad walked in the front door Christmas morning with a bloody head wound. Dad was all smiles, ready to watch the grandkids open presents. He had no idea he looked so rough. We'd been drinking out in the camper the night before, and he wasn't wounded when I left, just very, very, very drunk. Turns out, when he stood up and tried to go back to bed, he fell headfirst into the camper wall near the floor. His wife noticed, but didn't bother to do anything about it, so Dad spent the night on the floor with his head in the wall. Luckily, my stepsister is a nurse, so I distracted the kids while she dragged him off to the bathroom and got his head cleaned up before he traumatized anybody. What the hell is wrong with this wife? What the... He's okay. Okay, well, someone said, oh wow, is he okay since then? Why didn't the wife do anything? He's okay as he ever was. Retired race horse jockey. Oh, cool. You know, he was already punch drunk from all the blows to the head during his career. Wow. Wife didn't do anything because she was accustomed to his drunken antics and rapidly losing patience for them. Like, if he wanted to get fall down drunk, that was his business. But she wanted to get some sleep instead of trying to wrestle a drunk to bed. I don't blame her. He drank pretty heavily when I was in middle school, would fall asleep in a living room chair. Falling asleep in a living room chair is not a symptom of a drunkard. That's pretty par for the course. For just anybody on a, like someone in a holiday is going to fall asleep in the chair. Like, that's just a fact of life. Anytime I was stupid enough to try and help him to bed, he'd swing at me. Best to just leave him wherever he passes out. All right, that's fair. At that point, I'm like, you know what? If he's violent when he's drunk like that, leave him with his head in the wall. I don't know. That's kind of terrifying, though. Like, what if it was a much more serious matter? I don't know. I'm not sure how close to Christmas you're meaning, but on December 8th, too far. You're done. You're not involved. On December 8th, many years ago, we were shopping for Christmas gifts for our kids and got a phone call that my mom, who had just said goodbye who we had just said goodbye to an hour earlier when she left with our kids for an overnight with Grandma, had been in a car accident and died at the scene, and our kids were being transferred to 2 different hospitals. Well, that is certainly a very scary story. That's really sad. That's absolutely not the kind of creepy, scary story we're looking for, but that is tragic. Someone expresses their condolences, and then the OP of this one says, "Thank you, our children are now grown and have families of their own. While I still miss my mom terribly, I'm so very grateful that they are here with us and weren't more seriously hurt in the accident." Yeah, absolutely. Seatbelts save lives. My mom's didn't save her, but it kept her body from causing more damage to my daughter. Now, I'm confused at how that works, because normally in a car accident, the bodies fly forward. So, unless your daughter was somehow in front of your mother, who was in the driver's seat, I don't see... She left with our kids for another... So we don't have a mention of anybody else being the driver. So I don't understand that. But I will just accept it and move on because I don't think we have enough context to, refute it. Got attacked by a dog a few days before Christmas. Ended up needing 19 staples on my head because the dog ripped my scalp from my skull. I was 17 and thought I was going to die. Yeah, that's fair. When I got home from the ER, I laid on the floor crying while petting my own dog for an hour because I was terrified that I'd be scared of him. Aw. It sounds like you weren't if you were able to sit and pet him for an hour. So I'm glad that other dog didn't ruin dogs for you. Christmas was a blur that year, and I'm pretty lucky that I made it out with just a few scars. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me see if there's more. I'm so sorry that happened. That must have been awful. Hey, thanks. It was pretty rough for a while. I had to see the dog around the neighborhood after the fact. Ooh. He ended up biting 4 more people. How? Okay, I gotta say, I'm not in love with the idea of a dog bites a person, you have to put it down. That's, sometimes it's just the wrong situation lines up. 5 people get bit by the same dog, including a 6-year-old, before they picked him up. Picked him up, so he's a stray dog. He's not even owned. Wrote this with an awesome boy by my side, though, who wouldn't even hurt a fly. Dog, I'm assuming. That's really good. I'm glad that experience didn't traumatize you so much that you couldn't enjoy dogs, because dogs are lovely. But yeah, oh gosh. That one's... Whoa. That's sad. I'm not reading that. But wow. I was nearly killed on Christmas 8 years ago. I used to work as a motorcycle response medic for my local freeway agency and was on patrol on Christmas morning looking for car crashes in the rain and saw a guy running across the freeway towards the median with his pants around his ankles. Just a fantastic way to spend the holidays. Who hasn't? Who hasn't spent their Christmas running across the freeway with the pants around their ankle? How many ways can I mess up a sentence in one go? Dang. Anyways, dude tripped and fell and was nearly creamed by a car, so I stopped my bike behind him. Rugby tackled him and dragged him across the 4 lanes of freeway, where I fought him for about 10 minutes until backup arrived. Later, when I watched the freeway camera footage, you could see an Audi A6 come within about 15 centimeters of hitting me. I remember feeling the wind as it went by, but didn't think about it at the time. Also, wouldn't have been the first time I was hit by a car in that job. Moving to the fire department increased my job safety. Turns out the dude was in the middle of a narcotic-induced psychosis. Fun morning. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's all I gotta say about it, honestly. Terrifying story, but not the kind of scary I'm looking for. But a wild tale nonetheless. Oh my gosh, okay. An asshole thought it would be funny to speed and look like he was going to run my family and I over when we were walking from the parking lot to a store. So I actually had this happen. My ex and I were driving in a car, and her lovely, lovely, lovely father realized he was driving behind us, sped right up to our bumper and was like riding our bumper. We don't know it's him. We just see like, oh, some random stranger has turned on our road and is riding right up behind us, chasing us. So like she had to like swerve into the driveway to try and avoid getting hit by this asshole. And then we're both looking behind us and we don't see those headlights go by. So we think, oh shit, this person has like fully followed us. Like, we're not safe. If we get out of this car, we're about to get attacked. We need to prepare for that. And then when we do get out, he's just laughing his ass off. I'm like, what about this was funny to you? What about this was humorous? You think just scaring people is funny? I don't get that. Like, that flavor of prank is not a prank. It's just being cruel and finding humor in it. It's ridiculous. I don't know. Okay. Ooh, this one's sad. Scary part. Okay. TLDR, I suffered 2 devastating falls in 2 days and still can't walk properly or use my right arm now and forever. Scary part? That sensation of falling and being unable to stop myself or brace for the impact. It was the worst feeling of being out of control of your body and not knowing what will be the end damage. See, this time last year I slipped and fell. Oh, hello, Luna. You scared me. See, this time last year I slipped and fell. Tackled the refrigerator and broke my right collarbone. Damaged my rotator cuff and broke my wrist. Oh, and the nasty concussion was yucky. Yucky is a phenomenal way to describe a concussion. 2 days later, I fell down my deck stairs and landed on my right side. And is that the same one that broke my wrist? Oh, they don't specify which wrist. 2 days later, I fell down my deck stairs and landed on my right side. Fractured hip, broken radius, really effed my shoulder again. I wonder if it's the same shoulder then. It is an actual year later, and I still can't use my right arm properly and will never be able to reach behind my back or raise my arm above shoulder height. Plus the 100-pound weight gain from being inactive to heal, and new inability to walk, sit, and stand for even short periods of time. That's horrible. Anybody can get disabled at any point, and that's one of the scariest things in life, honestly. I lie in bed mostly, and have up to another year of physical training? Is that what it is? Yeah, physical training and rehab to get my mobility and brain issues back to what level I can. I'm afraid of falling whenever I move, and this gave me nightmares of falling. Oh, and I am agoraphobic now, after having to be home for a year. Scary stuff to fear leaving your house because you are convinced you or a loved one will be harmed or die. Terrifying. No woe is me here, though. I will beat all this and be able to move/get back to a better quality of life. I've made it this far, and so have you. Thanks for reading. Happy holidays. That's very fair. I'm really glad they have a positive outlook, especially because this is 3 years old, but at the time, it had only been a year since their accident, and, like, I know a year is a long time, but that's not a long time to recover. Like, when recovering from your accident, that's, it's a really brief period to actually, like, make any progress. And it sounds like they already had made some progress, but gosh, the agoraphobia and everything, awful. I wonder if there's a further update. Someone else also fell and they commiserated. On Christmas morning 3 years ago, I picked my dad up from prison after he served 60 days for multiple DUIs. I think it was scary in that he looked shell-shocked, skinny, and had a beard, which I'd never seen him with before. It felt like a different person. Well, I would hope he's shell-shocked. How's he been since? He's in a crappy apartment on his own. So, still sort of drinks, so not a perfect world, but I've decided I can't control anything about his life choices. Not the turnaround we hoped for, but he's not in prison, so at least there's that. Well, if he's drinking, that's, like, not great if he's an alcoholic, but, like, I'm not going to judge him for that. If he's drinking and driving still, that's where a serious problem comes in. Okay, let's see. I want a long one. This one's a long one. Last December, I got a call from my grandma on my dad's... Oh, wait. No, not a call from. Last December, I got a call. My grandma on my dad's side had died. It was devastating, but she had been sick, so it wasn't shocking. Traveled for the funeral and was incredibly rough. It was incredibly rough being back in my hometown. It triggered my depression pretty fierce, but I was holding up okay. On Christmas, I sat with my grandma on my mom's side and joked that she wasn't allowed to get sick. We had a good talk, but with the chaos of the night, I didn't get the one-on-one time with her that I wanted. I had so much to say that I regretted not saying to my other grandma. I made plans to visit her a few days later. That night, she got sick and had to go to the hospital. Immediately, my gut just knew, but I thought I was being paranoid. Everyone was saying it wasn't a big deal, but I just knew. At the time, my tooth got infected, and the infection spread all over my face. I was unemployed and had no money for a doctor, so I had to suffer through. I don't know if y'all have ever experienced that kind of tooth pain, but it's traumatic how bad it is. I couldn't move. I was taking dangerous levels of Tylenol. I would wake up screaming like I was feral because it was all my body could do. At one point, I passed out from the pain while in the bath and had to be pulled out. Oh. I knew my poor grandmother was lying in the hospital feeling the same way, and it hurt my soul. I remember just thinking, if this kills me, I don't even care anymore. That's some intense pain to be going through. Eventually, I got the call that I knew was coming. My grandma wasn't going to make it, and to get to the hospital ASAP. My friend took off work to drive me there, and despite my pain, all I could think about was how neither of my grandmothers deserved this. I held her and told her it was okay to go, even though I was lying. I needed her now more than ever, and I was losing her. At the funeral, some of the grandkids were elected to do a reading. My mom's family is very Catholic, and the reading is too long for any one person. They asked me to do it, but my mom told them I could barely talk and function because of the infection. She was right, but I didn't care. I took my fistful of pain relievers and got up there to read my part like Jesus himself was in the front row. I put all my pain and hurt into those words. It's been a year now, and I'm not over any of it. I think the depression mixed with the unimaginable pain has made what would have already been a tough grieving process completely toxic. I can't even think about that time, not even while writing this. My brain blocks it all out. That's rough. That's really sad. I hope they've been able to grieve. See, I probably should have seen this coming, but like scary Christmas stories, a lot of them are just going to be really sad. It's just, I feel like it's just that kind of like time of year where people are so hopeful that anything that happens that is bad, it's such like a drastic contrast between what you are looking for in the season that it almost makes it even more impactful. It has a certain like, I don't know if drama is the right word, but it really like ups the ante, and it's terrifying. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, nope. My son's birthday is the day after Christmas. So last year on Christmas, I wanted to head to the shop to buy cold drinks for his birthday party the next day. I usually. What do you want? Kitty cam time. Kitty cam time. I usually put him in my stroller and walk to the shop, which is just around the corner from me. As I was leaving the house, thankfully, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that there was a guy with a knife hiding in someone's downhill driveway waiting for me. As soon as I spotted him, I turned around and went home. My neighbors hired that same guy the week before to clean their yard, and apparently he used the money for drugs, and on Christmas Day he was on a drug binge, looking for a means to get more. Since then, I no longer walk to the shops, but ask my transport to stop and wait for me while I buy what I need. That is terrifying. See, that's the kind of story I'm looking for, because that's once again falls into the first category of like real human terror. Like, goodness gracious. That must have been so frightening. I'm glad you and your son are okay. I'm glad for your spatial awareness. Yeah, absolutely. It was very frightening, and it has led to me basically developing a fear of the outside world entirely. Second agoraphobic. But I'm slowly getting back out there. That's awful. Goodness. Let's see. Are any more of these going to be... Let's avoid the sexual predation trigger warning for now. Hi, Vortex. Are you enjoying the stories? Okay, another Ask Reddit. Just blank. Serious, what's a scary Christmas story? Not even true, just serious. I wonder if... Does serious imply true? I don't know. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Check on some things, but I will be right back. Enjoy the spooky ambiance of a dark room while I'm gone. I just realized We need some spooky ambiance. Let me see. Does Streamlabs pull up the new one or stay the old one? Please stay the old one. Boop. Okay, good. Now, why did it... Oh, it didn't move. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Everything's working fine. Royalty-free spooky Christmas music for stream. Dark Christmas music. Yeah, I figured this would probably be dark Christmas ambiance, copyright free. Copyright free. I don't know if copyright free is the same as royalty free. For it says for streaming. Let's see. Oh, this is just like a playlist? This is interesting. Okay, let's see. Also see if we can... No ads! No ads! Not on my stream. Where's my phone? Here's my phone. And we can skip. Okay, let's see. That's not bad. 0 comments. So I can't see if anybody's saying like, oh, no, this got me copyright claimed. Okay, and now I'm going to text my friend real quick and see if she wants to join. Oh, I don't want words. Oh, with vocals. That's why. So you got with vocals, horror ambiance. That's the same song. I'm so good at streaming, guys. I'm so good. Honestly, I'm probably gonna go with like a D&D playlist at this point. D&D ambiance music is like the best. Okay. D&D. Honestly, D&D probably has a horror Christmas ambiance. Ambiance. I would like to have the... Oh, that's a spooky picture of Santa Claus. 1 hour of dark Christmas. Krampus Christmas music. It's just Carol of the Bells and Silent Night. Okay. Krampus Symphony. 1 hour dark Christmas music. Let me add no vocals. How big of a delay is the stream at? I haven't even started looking for the Hold on, I need to reopen this and see if that's actually where we're at. Because that's crazy if so. That's like a 10-minute delay. Okay. It's a lot more up to date then. Ooh, scared me for a second. See, I don't want a playlist because I don't want it to play a bunch of ads. Santa doesn't come here. Christmas horror ambiance, 2 hours, 4K. Well, I don't really need 4K, but... Alright. Spooky. Not quite. Music. I don't know. I'll stick with this for now. IDK what, Vortex? Oops. You gotta remember with the stream delay and with my terrible attention span, if you're not very specific in chat, I'm not gonna know what you were talking about, unfortunately. I'm streaming me reading scary Christmas stories if you want to join. Boop. Put that to the side. This is just an itty bitty bit too loud, I think. That's good. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, okay. So my volume's louder than the music, so that's good for now. Okay. Ooh. Scary Christmas story. Prepare yourself for the most cruel song that was actually made. By XX Pussy Slayer XX. Stream delay? Yeah, that's fair. Grandma got run over by a reindeer walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. She'd been drinking too much eggnog, and we begged her not to go, but she forgot her medication, and she staggered out the door into the snow. When we found her Christmas morning at the scene of the attack, she had hoof prints on her forehead and incriminating claw marks on her back. Grandma got run over by a reindeer walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Now we're all so proud of Grandpa. He's been taking this so well. See him in there watching football, drinking beer and playing cards with Cousin Mel. It's not Christmas without Grandma. All the family's dressed in black. And we just can't help but wonder, should we open up her gifts or send them back? Grandma got ran over by a reindeer, walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Now the goose is on the table, and the pudding made of fig, and the blue and silver candles that would just have matched the hair on Grandma's wig. I've warned all my friends and neighbors, better watch out for yourselves. They should never give a license to a man who drives a sleigh and plays with elves. Grandma got ran over by a reindeer, walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa, but as for me and Grandpa, we believe. Grandpa, Grandma, yada yada. It just repeats the chorus. Yeah, that song's messed up. I don't know if that's the scariest Christmas song, actually. And this thread is empty. Should have edited these a little bit better, I guess. Now that December has officially begun, what's your craziest, creepiest Christmas story? Excuse me. Okay, gotta use the right voice for this one. From Apliot, 7 years ago. This one time on Christmas Eve, I was chilling with my bros and smoking some good bud. My friend came along because her boyfriend had dropped her to go out with his... Hold on, what? My friend came along because her boyfriend had dropped her to go out with his mates, and she wanted some company. Sure, come along, I said. She had never smoked in her life, but she came anyways to chill and watch TV with us. After an hour or so, she suddenly asks to try some. Now, I've known this girl for years, and she'd never shown any interest in trying weed. But she's still feeling a bit down. She can see all of us relaxed and happy, so why not? Okay, I say. I roll one up for her, show her how to smoke it, and off she goes, puffing away like a pro. About an hour later, she is amazed at how hungry she feels. She's ravenous, craving McDonald's like a motherfucker. We all have an understanding laugh and explain the munchies to her. Still, that doesn't satisfy her crazy appetite. She needs a Big Mac, and she needs it, like, right freaking now. Okay, I say. I jump in the car and drive... DUI, dude. Okay. Okay, I say. I jump in the car. The drive-thru is just down the road, and it's late on Christmas Eve, so the roads will be dead quiet. We'll be fine. So we roll up at McDonald's, order a ton of food, and drive around to pick it up. Well, the next window is her old friend from school. Her friend hands over the food, and they start having a chat because she's high as fuck, and there are no other customers around. I'm happy to chill and joining in. This friend was cute and we started dating a few months later. We then broke up, and the next time I saw her was years later. She had become a uniformed cop and was patrolling the town. Anyway, As we were chatting, we hear this car come screeching down the road. Then bang! We all turn to look at the same time to see the car crash into a roundabout right next to us. Freak. I have to censor it. Excuse me. Before we can do anything, this guy staggers out of the car, stunned and possibly drunk. He looks yeah, just like you, dude. He looks around before legging it into the night. Freak. I tell McDonald's girl to call the cops, and I drive around to the wreck. I park... Why would you park next to the wreck if you just told her to call the cops? You are driving under the influence. Park up and stick my hazard lights on. Don't want anyone else crashing into it while he's jutting out into the road. That's very heroic of you. My little stoned buddy is sitting next to me with a McDonald's bag in each hand. Eyes are wide open, bloodshot. She's paranoid as freak. Then the cops turn up, blue lights flashing. Freak. 2 cops get out. An average-sized cop... Why are we detailing the cops now? An average-sized cop with this really freaking big cop. Average cop. Average cop goes to inspect the wreck as I see big freaking cop amble over to me in my rearview mirror. I suddenly feel high as freak too, and more than a little paranoid. Yeah, dude. Big cop comes to my window and we explain what we saw. Big cop asks if we would recognize the guy, and we both say yes. Probably. Big cop turns to the average cop and suggests that they go chase him in the cop car, with mate and I sitting in the back. Frick that shit. Luckily, average cop tells big cop they can't move the cop car until the wreck can be moved off the road. Thank freak. But big cop really wants to catch this guy. He asks if he can jump in the back of my car while we drive around looking. Freaking hell. Yes, jump in. Let's go, little stoned buddy. Girl, what are you doing? Oh no, you can't commit a crime with the cop in your car. Little stoned buddy now thinks she's in some cheesy American cop movie. And she's also trying to be as helpful as possible in the hope that Big Cop doesn't get frustrated and bust us instead. So Big Cop squeezes his big fat... I thought you meant like tall. Why are you being like fat phobic? So Big Cop squeezes his big cop butt into my tiny 3-door economy car. Yeah, I'm skipping that line. I look in my rearview mirror and all I can see is his cop face staring right at me. You ever felt paranoid and scared when you drive down a quiet road and suddenly see lights behind you? Ever realize that those lights belong to a cop following you? Well, I have, and it doesn't compare at all to have the freaker sitting 2 inches behind you, close enough to see the whites in his eyes. For the next 20 minutes or so, we drove around the deserted town looking for the escaping criminal. My friend is still clutching her 2 bags of McDonald's and barking instructions to me. Turn left, go that way. Wait, I think I saw him. Freak, back up. No, it's a cat. Turn right. Eventually, we give up and go back to the wreck to drop off Big Cop. I get out of the car to let him out, and my legs have turned to jelly. I have to cling to the door to stay upright. Big Cop thanks us, takes our details, and says they may get in touch if they ever can trace the guy. We may have to go to court as witnesses. I drive off back to my mate's house, and then I realize my headlights have been off the whole time. When we finally got back to my mate's house with the McDonald's, everyone looked at us really concerned. Frick, guys, what happened? Where were you this whole time? Dude, roll me a fat one and listen to this. I've got a freaking story to tell you. Little stoned buddy never touched another illegal drug in her life. That was the last time I drove high. Good. TLDR. Had car commandeered by the cops while stoned. That's crazy. Edit for people wondering about other cases. Here's a story about another guy in the UK who had his Land Rover commandeered by the police to chase a subject. Here's a Snopes article that confirms the practice is legal in the USA too. Oh, commandeering a vehicle. A Slate article that also confirms the practice. Edit 2. From what I can find online, the USA law that allows commandeering has its origins in Old English law that ended in the 1960s. However, there are several stories from people in the UK who have helped out cops like this to chase suspects or get a... Yeah, okay. I don't need all that context, but sure. No one's even commenting. This guy's just editing to add these because he got a little paranoid again. That would be a terrifying story, though. I would be so scared to be high around a cop. Even, like, I live in a state where it's legal. I would still be, like, absolutely terrified. Well, that's also because I'm terrified to be around cops in general. House caught fire Christmas one year. That happens a lot, actually. Brother's very drunk friend comes home to my parents' open house. Not home. Comes to my parents' open house. Brother's very drunk friend comes to my friend's... Can I read, please? Brother's very drunk friend comes to my parents' Christmas open house. Festive shirts and fancy drinks and holiday cheer abound. He walks in and a guest turns to him and says, "Merry Christmas, brother's friend." Without skipping a beat, he yells, "F you and F your family." It is the harshest, most horribly hilarious insult I've ever heard. It was just so unexpected. We found him sleeping under a tarp in another friend's trunk after my dad escorted him out of the house. What even? That creepy little elf doll that's always watching you. That is a terrifying thing. I don't know why people do that to their kids. I could not do that to my kids. Not that I'm planning on having any, but... Alright. Ask Reddit again. What's the scariest thing that happened to you around Christmas time? This happened years ago, so I was maybe 8 years old. I was in the car with my mom, my brother, and my sister. So, in the car, my mom was driving. My brother is in the front. My sister and I are in the back, with me behind my mom. We were driving to my grandmother's house for a gathering, and at the same time to drop off some groceries for my grandmother. This road my mum was driving. It was dark out. British people say things so fucking weird. No, kidding. This road my mum was driving, it was dark out and raining, but since my mum drives there almost every day, it's the only time that she's confident. I tried to do the accent. I figured that might help, and it felt like it did briefly. It didn't. This road my mum was driving, it was dark out and raining, but since my mum drives there almost every day, it's the only time she's that confident, let's speed up for fun kind of driver. We were listening and singing along to some music my mum recorded on a tape. It's an old car. Having fun until next thing my mum paused and yelled, "Oh shit," and slammed the brakes. Being high with a cop in your car is absolutely wild. Terrifying experience. Slammed the brakes. As kids, we did not know what was going on or why she slammed the brakes, but next thing my mum, in a panic, leaned over my brother's seat to hit the lock button, then screamed at my sister and me, "Lock your doors," while going for hers to lock. Next thing I see is a man approaching the car and stands at my mum's car door trying to open the door, shouting at her in some different language. But I noticed he had something in his hand, like a blanket or a towel. Oh, God. And I asked, "Mum, what's he got there?" Until he stumbled, and the blanket or towel he was holding taps my window, and it made a clank sound, and a knife falls out. Oh, I forgot this is Britain, so it wouldn't be a gun. Okay. Still terrifying, but slightly less terrifying because he can't use the knife on you through the window. Oh, America. He had a knife. My mum hits the gas and drives off while the man had hold of my car door trying to open mine next, of course. The man stumbles and falls, and we were far behind. Fair play to my mum. She kept her cool until we made it to my grandmother's. See, that's another, like, good, scary story. That's actually, like, that's a terrifying encounter. And that would, like, probably shape your, like, view of Christmas, you know? Like, that's... Ooh. Why am I so burpy? I'm such a burpy individual. Okay, Pretty Pink Puppy, 4 years ago. I have a lot of pretty bad Christmas stories. I'm trying to figure out the best way to share without being sent to r/nobody asked. None of them are scary in the ways I'm assuming you're looking for, but they are still very tragic. And well, tragedy is scary, right? I'll just share the one. Is tragedy scary? Tragedy is scary in a sense, but Christmas 2015. Like I said, I have a long history of really tragic events happening over Christmas, so understandably, it is a very triggering day for me. I never look forward to it. Christmas music makes me panic. Oh, that's rough. Christmas trees tend to make me nauseous. But in 2015, I wanted to take it back. I wanted to make the holiday special for me, to sort of reinvent it. Get newer, better memories to associate with it. That's very fair. I found a beautiful white tree with deep blue lights, and it was gorgeous. My mum bought it. Why is everyone in Ask Reddit from Britain? That's very interesting to me. My mum bought it, or I guess they could be Australian too. I'm trying to think. I guess Ireland and Scotland also say mum, don't they? But very interesting. My mum bought it, as well as some dark blue ornaments, and that's the tree we used that year. It was me, female, my mum, my brother, his 2 kids, and his girlfriend, and I'd say it was actually a very decent day. We made a very turkey. We made a very turkey. We made a very turkey. We made a very good turkey, as well as all that usual crap. I made Swiss mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds delicious. And a green bean casserole from scratch. It was honestly a fun day. A week later, my brother was in the hospital for overdosing. He was pronounced dead 2 days later. His girlfriend got charged with his murder due to him never using before and a lot of inconsistencies about her story. One sentence? That's what we get about that? But yeah, so on top of all the Christmas trauma I had already experienced, now Christmas Day was the very last day I ever saw my brother alive. Trauma, tragic, yes. This part, though, that's the scary part of the story. That's the true crime part, that's the scary part, and you just gave 2 sentences. Okay, 3 sentences. Still. Not enough. I guess, you know what, I shouldn't complain too much. This is a genuinely traumatic experience for them. They're probably not going to want to go into details of that. That is very fair. However, very turkey fun. Wow. That is terrifying. Alright, I'm still not getting spooked, though. I do have a bunch of other tabs up that are non-Christmas scary stories, so we'll see if those hit the mark if we don't find any. Ask Reddit again, 4 years ago, what was the most creepiest thing to happen to you during Christmas? Still, holy cow, yeah, oh my goodness. Wild twist. Just a lovely description of a Christmas time, a great day, finally reclaiming the holiday. Bam! Just right there. Brother murdered. Okay, cool. No details. Again, fair. Wild twist. Okay. It didn't really happen on Christmas, more like the beginning of January, but it was still during our Christmas break, so I'm counting it. Both my grandfather and my friend's grandmother died on the same day. Same day as in within literal hours of each other. Not necessarily creepy, but I did find it kind of weird, ironic, that we both had grandparents die at basically the same time. That is a strange experience. I wonder if that would almost be comforting. Like, you have someone else who's going through the exact same thing, pretty much the exact same time. Not close enough, within hours of each other is wild, but not close enough to be like, oh, something supernatural happened. But still, that would color your experience. Man, all of these threads are, empty. I should have just scrolled a little bit to see if they had at least had, substance. One time my parents forgot me at home when the whole family went on vacation, and I had to defend my house from these 2 bandits using an array of Rube Goldberg-style traps. Did you at least get a cheese pizza to yourself? Yeah. Plus I made the pizza delivery boy think he was going to die. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Alright. Reddit, what's your holiday horror story? Oh, I guess this is not specifically Christmas. 11 years ago. This is an old one. Let's see. We got content here. All right. From a deleted account 11 years ago. A few years back, I went to my dad's house for Christmas. My parents are divorced and I rarely go, but my siblings put a lot of pressure on me, so I went. It took about 15 minutes before the stress got to me and I got a migraine. That's rough. So we all sit down to open presents. Dad, his new wife, my siblings, crazy aunt, and my grandmother. We make it around the circle opening presents for about 2 rounds before my grandmother gets up and leaves the room. My father starts fiddling around, waiting for my grandmother to come back, and spots something on the floor. It appears to be cat puke. He asks his wife if it is indeed cat puke. She had gotten up and followed my grandmother out, and knew the truth. It was not cat puke, it was my grandmother's poop! And the lady had pooped all over the couch! It doesn't take long before we all can smell the poop, and no amount of air freshener was fixing that. Grandma comes back in the room, wearing nothing but a blanket around her lower half. The couch is covered with plastic and towels. My sister is forced to sit next to my grandmother, and we were all expected to sit nicely and open more presents while pretending that my grandmother had not just pooped all over the couch. Also, the following day, my tooth exploded. Apparently, I had an abscess tooth, but I never felt a thing until it exploded. TLDR, Grandma pooped on the couch. What? What? Holiday horror story. I guess, yeah, people use horror story loosely in that sense. I can't get over... Hold on. Grandma comes back in the room wearing nothing but a blanket around her lower half. So she's topless? She's just got saggy titties hanging in the air? Around children? Like, if she's incontinent enough to be, like, pooping herself on the couch, like, maybe she's just not mentally well enough to, like, put on a top, but... Wow! That is wild. That is wild. I don't know why, but that sounds like Home Alone. Yeah, my favorite part of Home Alone is when the grandmother shits on the couch. No, I know what you're talking about. One time my family forgot to get me anything for Christmas. That's sad. A, I know, fuck me, right? And B, I was like, I think maybe 20 at the time. I'm not looking for pity. Still, though. I was home for the holidays. I had been on my own, i.e. living in an unbelievably shitty apartment 1 town away, since I was 17, and due to familial whatever, I didn't see them much. But so I was there, me, my brother, my sister, and her boyfriend. OP, brother, sister's boyfriend. Okay. Who was living there. My mom collected strays. That's fair. That's nice of her. And my mother and stepdad. Okay. Christmas morning, tree trimmed, stockings hung, the whole 9. Tradition dictated that we each took turns receiving a gift, starting with the youngest, sister. She gets a present. Her boyfriend gets a present. My brother does. My turn comes around. My mom loots around under the tree but can't find anything. My siblings joke about how I didn't get anything because I've been a bad little boy. My mom admits that there's less under there for me, but it's because I'm not around and they don't know what I need. I tell her that it's fine to skip me that round. She gets a present, my stepdad gets one. Back to sis, back up the roster to me. Nothing. My mom and stepdad start having furtive conversations along the lines of, I thought we must have. I say it's fine. My mom insists that I am absolutely going to flip when I do in fact see the one thing she swears must be. Wait, I say it's fine. 10 torturous minutes later, 5 people have small piles of loot that they have silently accepted and placed down, unwrapped in front of them. My mom is almost invisible behind the tree. My stepfather is rooting around under the couch behind the china cabinet. I'm sitting there, willing my grown-ass self not to cry. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. My mom lets out a whoop of triumph, brandishing a labelless, cat-mauled package. She tells me that she's so sorry, shopping was an absolute nightmare, and they owe me one big thing they must have forgot, but in the meantime, I let the claw-marked wrapping fall away. Inside are a really nice pair of wool socks, with the name Brian sewn into the ankle. Brian is the name of my sister's boyfriend. I went upstairs to use the bathroom. After that, I lay on my brother's bed for a while. At some point, my mother came up and said it was just a dumb accident, and that it wasn't like they'd done it on purpose, and that would I just come downstairs and stop acting like a goddamn baby, for God's sake. Are you kidding me? That's cruel. I did, and showed my brother how to get the battery into his MP3 player, and went home and got high and watched Die Hard. Good way to end the day. That was the second, crossed out, third worst Christmas I've ever had. Okay, edit, not really the worst, but shortest to tell Christmas story. TLDR, 42 seconds of reading. It was either the mojito or the hamburguesa. I was distracted by what is happening? I was distracted by a flower-selling street urchin and just blurted out the first Spanish word I could think of. Mojito, por favor. Oh yeah, it turns out I stutter, but only in Spanish. Awesome. Mojito, por favor. You're not supposed to eat the rice. I know. But where we had been living in Monterey, even that was really just fine. And I had gotten careless. So, a mojito at the... I don't know what's happening anymore. The next day, Christmas Eve, at this place, from a hamburger, a really crappy one too. You got food poisoning, but forgot to mention that you got food poisoning? Phenomenal writing for the first half. I do not know what happened to you in the second half. Yeah, poor dude indeed. Yeah, I'm baffled by the writing there. No idea what happened at the end. Like, I don't know if it's clear enough for you guys to read, but like this section, truly baffling text. No idea what's going on there. The first Christmas my now ex-husband and I spent together, we decided to go buy a real Christmas tree for our apartment. To cut a long story short, don't do that, we love the content. It transpired that the tree was covered in tiny black worms that fell out all over our sitting room floor. In all my Christmases, I've never seen worms on a tree like that before. It was honestly horrible, and I don't really mind bugs or wormy creatures. We had to get rid of the tree ASAP. It was too stressful thinking about the worms continually dropping off the branches onto the floor. That's horrifying. That would be terrible. What I thought was food poisoning on Christmas Day carried on for 2 or more days. My son developed it. Oh, dang, I guess it was a viral thing. Ran a fever of 39 degrees Celsius. I'm too American to understand that. Hasn't eaten in 3 days and hasn't slept in more than 3 hours in the same period. This holiday has been pretty crappy. 11 years ago, so I guess that was like when it was happening. Happened that year to them. Nope. So could you not read it, or you read it and it didn't make sense? Either way, I feel vindicated. This is 100% true, no word of a lie. Well, basically myself and a few friends, male, are on holiday. Does that mean all of you are male? Or you are male? Or the friends are male? A little bit confusing, but probably a group of guys. Are on holiday. We spot a group of women in the same hotel. Seem pretty nice, quite attractive, I might say. So we walk over and have a chat with them. Have a few drinks, all inclusive, so we got pretty sloshed. I end up going to the bar alone with the girl, and somehow arrive... Wow, was not prepared for that next word. And somehow arrive fornicating with her behind the showers of the pool. We then arrive back to the group, and it's just after midnight. Then, to our horror, their parents were at the same hotel and came over to have a chat. We were all dumbfounded, sat there thinking, why did they come with their parents? Seems strange. Cut a long story short, they left because they had a curfew, and they weren't women but 16-year-old girls. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, ask people their age before you do stuff. Now I always get to know people a little more before I sleep with them. Yeah! What the fuck? Actually horrifying, but like in a different way. In a different way. Terrifying. What's your Christmas horror story? Ask Reddit once again. This one's 6-year-olds. 6 years old. Jesus. Oh, that last story was gross. Okay. Harlan393, 6 years ago. The worst thing that ever happened to me was on Christmas. Oh god, it was so horrible. It was Christmas Eve. I was 9 years old. Me and my mom were decorating the tree, waiting for Dad to come home from work. A couple of hours went by. Dad wasn't home. So Mom called the office. No answer. Is this the line from Gremlins? Christmas Day came and went, and still nothing. So the police began a search. I think this is from Gremlins. Neither of us, 4 or 5 days went by. Neither of us could eat or sleep. Everything was falling apart. It was snowing outside. The house was freezing. Yeah, this is the line from Gremlins. This isn't even real. A tale directly from the Gremlins movie. Doo-doo. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And no content from this thread. That's fine. What are your Christmas horror stories? I got a present, and it was really scary. Jeez, I'm not sure if I can sleep tonight. Sorry. Christmas 2020. Can we still read it? Yeah, if you, I'll still read the Gremlins horror story. Sorry. Recent history. Recently closed tabs. What's your Christmas horror story? Okay. I'll read the whole thing. This is from Gremlins, though. I'll start over for you. The worst thing that ever happened to me was on Christmas. Oh god, it was so horrible. It was Christmas Eve. I was 9 years old. Me and my mom were decorating the tree, waiting for Dad to come home from work. A couple of hours went by. Dad wasn't home, so Mom called the office. No answer. Christmas Day came and went, and still nothing, so the police began a search. 4 or 5 days went by. Neither of us could eat or sleep. Everything was falling apart. It was snowing outside. The house was freezing, so I went to try and light up a fire. And that's when I noticed the smell. The firemen came and broke through the chimney top. And me and Mom were expecting them to pull out a dead cat or a bird. And instead, they pulled out my father. He was dressed in a Santa Claus suit. He'd been climbing down the chimney on Christmas Eve, his arms loaded with presents. He was going to surprise us. He slipped and broke his neck. He died instantly. And that's how I found out there was no Santa Claus. A genuinely tragic tale. In the movie, it feels a little over the top, but also, like, it's a real thing. Like, chimneys are incredibly dangerous. Like, never climb in a chimney. And that's kind of like one of the things, like, you know, the whole home intruder, like, Santa has to have a way to get into the house. Like, I get it, but like, having it be that dangerous of a method, radically popularized, like, I mean, obviously I wouldn't know, but like, I can't imagine like how many deaths have been caused specifically by the fact that the popular Christmas story is that Santa comes down the chimney, because that is actually, like, people die going down chimneys all the time. Like, I love true crime. There's at least 2 stories that I can think of off the top of my head. No. One of those, actually, the kid was stuffed in there. Or was it both? Anyways, chimneys are very dangerous. I think there was one about, like, a kid who, like, was trying to... He got lost. It was snowing. He was trying to, like, get into an abandoned house, and so he tried to climb down the chimney, and he died that way. I don't even think he broke his neck. Breaking your neck would be, like, a godsend in that situation, because he just got stuck, and you then, like, suffocate or starve to death. It's like caving. People will be like terrified of caving, but assume that going down the chimney wouldn't be a big deal. No, that's awful. That's a terrible idea. Never do that. Boop. Okay. Got a present. It was really scary. When I was 6, we were at Christmas Eve church service. In the middle of it, my nose started running. I had trouble being direct, so I whispered to my grandfather, "I have a runny nose." Not, "Can I have a tissue?" "I have a runny nose." He didn't give me a tissue, or even really acknowledge that I said anything, so I kept repeating it, getting louder and louder because I was getting frustrated. Obviously, this was disruptive, and I was put in timeout when we got home. What the hell? That's not your fault. That's Grandpa's fault. I went to LA to meet my estranged wife at our company party. Why are you meeting your estranged wife at our company party if she's estranged? Is this pre-estrangement? 39 degrees here is really hot. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you translating the translating for my American nonsense. Yeah, we don't use realistic measurements out here. We use Doritos and football fields. That's how we measure things. Okay, I went to LA to meet my estranged wife at our company party, and the whole thing got taken over. Got taken over by a terrorist. I ended up having to fight them off with no shoes and wearing a wife beater. I just went to the West Coast to get together and have a few laughs. That's Die Hard. I think at least a third of these stories have been just people repeating Christmas movie plot lines, which is a fun gag. I'm not judging it, but it's like, dang. Okay. We have gone past the and backyards. Backyards? We don't measure things in backyards out here because that is too inconsistent even for Americans to measure by. That sounds so familiar, right? I feel like I've seen this story before. All right, we are done with the Christmas stories. The ones that I have left up are just normal scary stories. We got a few decently creepy Christmas stories in there, but none of them were like really disturbing. Like there was the one, like the knife guy with the knife trying to get into the car, and the lady with the stroller seeing a guy with a knife hiding down the driveway. Those two were really creepy. Betty Crocker lady was a little spooky, but you know. In yards? Wait, do you guys not measure in yards? We do have yardsticks out here. And I know a yard because I had to measure it when I worked at Joann's and was cutting fabric for people. Or at least I used to know. It's like 3 feet and like 50 yards. Oh yeah, football field is 50 yards. Yeah. But we don't bother with the yards part. We use the football field itself. Okay. Need some water. Okay, deleted account 12 years ago on Ask Reddit. A few years ago, I was walking through the woods off the beaten track a bit, and I smell this really overpowering sweet smell. Ooh. Being nosy, I pulled back the undergrowth to have a look and found a dead body. The guy had clearly been there a while and was not looking great, all swollen and green and black with various runny bits. The local wildlife had also been dining well for a few days. I don't know if he's swollen. I feel like when you're swelling, you're not getting eaten, because like the gases are not escaping. Anyways, I called the police, who told me to wait with the body until they arrived. Jesus. Being in the middle of nowhere, it took a while for them to arrive, and it got dark, and I was just sat there in the dark with him for a long time. It turned out he had committed suicide. For a long time afterwards, I had dreams about him, and he would talk to me and say not nice things, mainly about how he was angry I had disturbed his resting place and he wanted me to end myself. Probably just my imagination, but all pretty disturbing at the time. He still turns up in my dreams from time to time, and no doubt will be tonight after typing this. You've got PTSD, buddy. You have trauma. Smelled sweet? Yeah. Dead things have like a sickly sweet smell to them. Like it's not like a positive sweet scent, but there is that like edge to it that like I don't know how to describe it any further than that. Do-do-do-do-do. Curry. Sweet and sour. No, I wouldn't. I can see how that gets close to it, but those are too like curry and sweet and sour are too positive of like a descriptor to fit the smell of rot. Maybe you suffered some form of PTSD, whatever it is. If it still bothers you, I'm sure talking it out with someone would help. Yeah, get a therapist. Have you ever been psychoanalyzed? I find your response to this stranger's suicide very curious. Oh, thank you, armchair therapist. Stu Da Baker. Oh, really? I'm intrigued. You're a very empathetic person. Yeah, sure. Also, but just having trauma from having to sit like next to a dead body for hours, that's very normal. Oh, how do I know what death smells like? Because dead like rats, and like I'm trying to think what else have I been around that was dead that like smelled? Because like I've seen like dead ravens, but they were dead for a while and kind of like not petrified, but like they weren't actively rotting. No, I take that back actually, because I brought it back to my yard to see if it would decompose and I could use any of the bones, because I'm creepy like that. And it did have that stink. It just wasn't as overpowering because I think at that point there was not as much meat on it. But yeah, so dead rats, dead mice. I actually don't really recall what death I've been around, because I've smelled it multiple times. Not like a lot, but enough where like I have like a distinctive enough memory of it. It's interestingly enough, like it's a scent that I would recognize but not be able to confidently identify. Like if I smelled it again, I'd be like, I think that might be, because I have like smelled like nasty, overly sweet scents, and I'm like, is that what it is? But I can't be like quite certain. But yeah, it's a very interesting smell, especially because like it's like, because it has that sweet edge, it feels simultaneously like alluring and disgusting, almost like a gasoline. At least for me, I know some people genuinely love the smell of gasoline, probably because of like association with like road trips and whatnot, or they're just wired that way. For me, gasoline is like that in between where it's like there's like a niceness to this, like a nostalgia, but it's also gross. And you have that like push and pull at the same time, when you are smelling something that is rotting, and that could honestly be like an evolutionary like you're smelling something that like biologically you're supposed to eat meat, so it's like, oh, there's food around, but then you're also smelling like this food has been bad for a while, so like it's a good thing but it's a bad thing, don't touch it, you know. Ooh, gasoline. Yeah, see you know what I'm talking about, you understand. Or do you guys call it petrol over there? Or is that a British thing specifically? I'm always curious about the differences between like British culture, Australian culture, Irish culture, and Scottish culture. Just because like they're so like closely intertwined but vastly different in a lot of ways. But like over here in America, where like honestly, like if you look at the cultures from like LA to the South to like Oregon and New York, like we have the same like intertwining and differences, like there is vast differences but vast interconnectedness, but because we're all the same country, we don't really like notice it as much, whereas like looking across the pond at all these different countries, we're like, you guys are so similar, like just the same. Like we're as much as we overlook our own differences in this country, we completely ignore the differences of foreigners. But that's also like, honestly, that's like America-centric teaching. Like we are genuinely indoctrinated in this country from a young age, growing up in school. Like it's crazy the stuff that goes down in like textbooks and classrooms. But anyways, I'm digressing. Petroleum. Okay, I thought so. I knew a thing. Thanks, Bluey. I freaking love Bluey. Honestly, Bluey's the best thing to come out of Australia, hands down. I'm sorry, there's no argument against that. This is proper content for a horror stream, isn't it? You have a therapist? That's good. I have a therapist too. I don't speak to her very often, but it's good to have one. It's very important. I need one. That's just sad. We're not looking for sad right now. Okay, deleted account again, 12 years ago. About 2 years ago, so 14 years from current day, current era. About 2 years ago, I was driving home from a family reunion late at night. And the drive was about 2 hours. I didn't stay the night because I had to be back for work the following day. Most of the drive was on roads with dense bushes and trees on either side. One of the scariest things to me is like traps for people driving, where they like put like a fake car accident in the road and get you to stop, or like a woman crying on the side of the road to try and get you to stop, and then like people like come out and try and get you. Horrifying. Genuinely a terrifying concept to me. I'm just saying that because like I'm wondering if that's where this is going. And if it is, this story might get to me. A little bit. We'll see. Most of the drive was on roads with dense bushes and trees on either side. The real creepy ones you see a lot in movies. Anyway, I had been driving about 45 minutes and was starting to get really tired. You know how sometimes you just suddenly become really tired out of nowhere? Well, yeah, that happened to me. I knew I wasn't going to last, but I didn't come across any place that I felt I could park and safely sleep. Anyway, after it became clear to me that I wasn't going to find a place to pull up, and my tiredness wasn't going away, I did something very questionable. I pulled over to the side of the road, onto the grass, behind some bushes, to try and hide my car from anybody else who was going to come past. The roads weren't empty. I came across another car every few minutes or so. I made a mental note that the time was 11:22 and then fell asleep. Risky move, but also probably less risky than driving while that tired. Like if you're driving and you just can't keep your eyes open, it's really difficult. One of the scariest things for me is like when I sneeze, my eyes close and I don't have a say in that. And like if I'm driving and I sneeze, most terrifying 3 seconds of my life. Genuinely. Just absolutely scary. Absolutely scary. That's how people talk. Sometime later, I was awoken by a scratching sound. I looked at the clock, 11:50. The sound stopped after a few seconds, and because I was still extremely tired, I didn't bother. Is this man hook hand car door? Please don't be man hook hook. How does that say it? Man hook hand car door. Man hook hand car door. Please don't be man hook hand car door. Okay. I didn't bother looking around and simply went back to sleep. I was later awoken by the same sound, and it was now 12:40. This time it really freaked me out because the sound didn't stop. The thought ran across my mind that it was just an animal inspecting the car, but why would it return almost an hour after it had left the previous time? I looked in my rearview mirror and just managed to catch a glimpse of something running away into the forest. Now, at the time, I thought it was the damn hook killer. Okay, so this is not man hook hand car door, but you are aware of it. You know, the one that scratched the couple's car and then slaughtered the guy when he got out to investigate? Fuck that, I thought to myself, so I got the hell out of there. There was a bend no more than 100 yards up the road, and as I came around it, there was a freaking car, parked off to the side of the road, with the driver's side door open. I slowed down just to look to see if anyone was in there. There wasn't. Then, I looked in my rearview mirror. I didn't see anything, and all of a sudden, this guy comes sprinting around the corner. He starts screaming at me and shouting stuff like, "Hey, you, get the freak out of your car, now!" I noped the freak out of there and sped off. I never saw the guy again. Moral of the story? Don't sleep on the side of a deserted road. See, that's actually terrifying. That's very scary. That's one of those where it's like a camping encounter. It's like, that's incredibly, like, realistic. Like, this is one of those things where, like, even if this story isn't fake, I know that this happens frequently enough to be, like, a common trend, you know? Enough to be, like, unsettling. Ooh. I just posted a story about my boyfriend sleeping on the side of the highway for the same reason. Too tired to safely drive. He woke up to 20 people banging on his windows and yelling at him to wake up and leave. Then he woke up. He was dreaming it, but he's always wondered if someone was trying to get him to leave for a reason. I've actually had a similar experience to that. I wasn't in a car, I was just in my bedroom. It was like 3 a.m., and I woke up to some intensely loud banging on my window. Like, it felt like someone was trying to break open my window and get into my room. One of the scariest experiences I've had in this house. Possibly a ghost experience. Possibly. I then, like, got out of bed and, like, went to my parents' room. Because I'm a toddler. And I was like, someone just tried to freaking break down my window. And, like, as time progressed, I could not tell, because, like, I woke up from the sound, groggy. But I couldn't tell if I was, like, half awake and dreamed the sound, and dreaming the sound woke me up, or if the sound was real, and that is what woke me up. And so, like, to this day, I'm, like, uncertain, but it was still a very terrifying moment, because it was such intensely loud banging, and it felt so real that I don't understand how I could have dreamed it. But I've also had very realistic dreams before, where I wake up and I'm like, oh, is this a memory? Like, I have to, like, double check, like, do I have that Lego $100 bill piece? I did not, and I was very deeply saddened. Worst day of my life. But no, like, the dreams can be incredibly realistic, so it makes it really hard to tell, like, when you've experienced something and when it's just, like, you were just too groggy and it was a, what's that term? Hypnosis? There's, like, a, hypnosis term coming out of sleep. Somnambulism? No, that's sleepwalking. Oh, hypnagogia. Hypnagogia is the transitional state from wakefulness to sleep, also defined as the waning state of consciousness during the onset of sleep. Okay, hypnagogia, there's also like another one, but basically if you're in a hypnagogic state, you are more likely to see things and, like, believe they're real. So, like, it's entirely possible. I think there's another word for coming out of sleep. Hypnagogia is going into sleep. But either way, I was in that kind of state, or at least there's the chance that was the kind of state I was in. And so it's kind of terrifying not knowing whether or not I was actually experiencing something scary. Like, it's a little scarier being uncertain. I think scariest possibility is like if I knew for certain someone, that would be far scarier. Like, having some deniability definitely, like, takes the edge off a bit, but it's also a lot scarier than knowing, like, oh, I was just half asleep, you know? Long story short, I got the middle of the road options. I got the Goldilocks option. Okay. Ari U. Sirius, 12 years ago. A few summers ago, I went for a bike ride around midnight with a friend. We went our separate ways at the end of the evening, and I had about 2 blocks to ride by myself. Because of construction, I had to ride on the sidewalk, but the streets were dead, and it wasn't a problem until I had to ride on the sidewalk. Isn't that normally where you ride your bike? I guess not. I'm used to riding bikes on the sidewalk because I'm too much of a coward to ride on the street, and I was a child the last time I was, like, riding my bike. Anyways. Because of construction, I had to ride on the sidewalk, but the streets were dead. But it wasn't a problem until right before I was about to turn left onto my street. There was a man walking by himself, maybe 40s, a little scruffy but not homeless. Okay. The sidewalk was narrow, and I didn't want to freak him out, so when I got about 6 feet behind him, I said, "Hey, behind you," and he turned around and gave me this super angry look. I turned down the street, and he started to follow me, literally screaming about how I was a freaking C-word, and he was going to kill me and all that. I live right off the corner, and I didn't want him to figure that out, so I decided to do another loop around the block. That's not the scary part. The scary part is that when I looped back around and looked down the street, I saw him standing on my fucking front stoop, staring at the street like the motherfucker knew I lived there. He saw me ride by again, but he didn't say anything. I ended up going back to my friends, but my bike got stolen from the alleyway by the house 2 days later. Oh, that's creepy. Edit. The guy in question was definitely not actually homeless. We have a large Posham. We have a large population of mentally ill in that area, unfortunately, downtown of a medium-sized city. So if I didn't think the sidewalk was too narrow to pass, otherwise I wouldn't have disturbed him. Half the scary part was that he looked pretty much completely normal for my area. That being said, I ended up texting my mom, and she made the decision not to notify law enforcement until my bike was stolen. I don't know. Wild. This part, though, like, how would he know which house was yours? Unless you, like, looked at it too long while riding by? That's the creepy part, for sure. I mean, it's all creepy, but, you know. I posted this just a couple of days on another thread. This isn't very interesting, but I woke up with blood gushing down my cheek when I was younger, and I didn't feel anything, but my face felt wet, so I went down to my parents' room, and they freaked out. Till this day, we have no clue what cut my face, but I needed 8 stitches next to my eye. We checked the sheets, the pillowcases, edges of the bed, etc. Still no idea. I don't know. I remember, I have a vivid memory. When I was a little kid, I had a bunk bed, but didn't really use the top bunk. So eventually my parents were like, well, we're not going to keep this whole thing in here. We hate changing the sheets up top. So what they did is I wanted a tall bed. I liked that idea. So we just kept the top half of the bunk bed, and got rid of the lower half. So I had this high up bed, and I remember one night just waking up and seeing the corner of my nightstand rushing towards my forehead. I had rolled over in my sleep and woke up just in time to see my head get bashed by the freaking corner of the nightstand. I don't remember how bad it hurt. I was really stunned afterwards. I remember that. But I don't remember much else about the event. Just that it did hurt, obviously. Really, all I can see is like the like dark image of like a orange wooden like oak corner rushing towards my forehead. And that's what it looked like, because, you know, I was too asleep to like process that I was moving towards it. It looked like everything's moving towards me. It was terrifying. But I wonder if that's like what happened. If like, I mean, they just woke up. So like, I don't know, maybe like they thrashed or something in their sleep. That's wild though. That's definitely creepy. I want to see if there's any follow-up. Jeebus loves America 12 years ago. The same thing happened to me. It turns out I had a seizure during the night and banged my head. And Jeebus Loves America says that's comforting. That makes sense, actually. So that falls in line with what I was saying. Don't be silly. It was obviously the dead girl who was in your closet and accidentally scratched your face while she makes the occasional visit. You know, believable. So I was sleeping, and in the middle of the dream, a character in my dream who was doing something turned her head. First off, so descriptive. So descriptive. Having a dream, there was a character in the dream. The character was doing something. Phenomenal writing. Thank you very much. Turned her head, looked at me very seriously, and said, "There's someone in your apartment. Wake up." I nearly had a goddamn heart attack, and my apartment was empty. That's terrifying. That's like that nightmare. I love that post where... let me just pull it up, actually. I think it was from a Reddit story. You should wake up before her to first track. Boop, boop. Yeah, okay. Okay, it was a Tumblr post. No. This one's a good one, though. Okay. Just had a dream where I was sitting in a dark office and reality felt really altered and strange. And there was just a fish tank illuminating the room. And then this fucking fish looked at me and grinned with human teeth. And in this super deep voice said, "You've been here a while. Better wake up before you forget how to." And I fucking woke up in a cold sweat. That one is like, I don't know, there's something so like beautiful about the way that's written to me. Like, it's very like plausible. It's a dream. They're not trying to claim that like, oh, something really happened. And it's unsettling enough to be like, with my like spiritual agnosticism, where it's like, I don't know, could have been something supernatural and creepy. Probably not, but it still feels like it. And that's the part that I like, is that it's got that like that timbre, that like sort of like spooky ambiance, where like you can see yourself being in that situation where you have this dream, and it's written well enough where like it's short, but it's detailed enough that you can like envision the scene. I don't know. I've always just been a really big fan of that post. Okay, there's someone in your apartment. Wake up. It was you. You were in your apartment all along. See a lot of replies. Holy fuck, your story is so small compared to some on here, but whoa, Nelly, it gave me the chills right down my spine. That would scare the living hell out of me. I live alone, so I can't even imagine. Meh, who needs sleep tonight, right? Ugh. Yeah, it happened to me over the summer. I think when my roommate hadn't moved in yet, so I was living alone, in my apartment at that time. I also made it a habit to keep a knife by my bed just in case after that dream. Terrifying. I don't get scared easily, but when I do get scared, I go overboard. I had a ton of nightmares as a kid. I didn't have many non-nightmare dreams, but that was easily the scariest. Yeah, I am an insomniac, and I have frequent nightmares. Like every night, I'm at least having dreams that feel like unsettling or off-kilter. It's very unfortunate. The scariest nightmare I ever had, I had repeatedly as a child. Well, there's two, but the one that I always remember the most is I wake up in the middle of the night, and it's dark, and I'm like scared instantly. I'm like, something's wrong. And so I check under my bed. There's nothing there. I check in my closet. There's nothing there. I'm like, okay. I'm still really unsettled. I want to go sleep in my parents' room. I'm like maybe 5 at this time, I think. Around like 5 to 8 is probably the range. I open my door, and there's this black, like, misty figure. Undefinable. And the fear that was already in me rockets to the highest possible level. My parents' door is right there. It's like 3 feet away. If I can scream, they will come help me. But I'm so terrified, I can't scream. I go to scream, but everything's locked up. And to this day, that is the scariest like experience, because it felt so real every time I had the dream. Just that like overwhelming fear to the point where you can't do anything. And I know that that is a thing that people experience in real life. I do also know that it was more than likely happening because I was in a dream. You know, like trying to punch something in a dream, your brain can recognize that your arms can't actually move as much. It's like trying to get them to move, but it's also got systems in place to prevent that from happening. And so you just kind of sluggishly move through. So I'm pretty sure that's the reason I couldn't scream in the dream. But it's also very interesting because I have sleep talked quite often before. So I'm surprised I didn't just like scream in the dream and wake myself up. Especially because it was a recurring nightmare that happened multiple times. The other recurring nightmare from my childhood is a friend of mine. We were walking through this like warehouse, and it was like a what's the word? A festival, not farm, a fair was going on. And we were in the sort of like petting zoo area. It wasn't really a petting zoo, but there were a bunch of like animals in cages lined along like dusty, like fold up, pop up tables. And we were going through, and there was like a black and white rabbit. It was white with black spots. And we like pointed at it and laughed, and we were like, it's so ugly. And then like as we like move on and are looking at some of the other animals, and like the atmosphere was really creepy, just like this dusty, like derelict warehouse with just a maze of fold up tables with animals in cages. Very unsettling to begin with. But then as we move on and we're going down and looking at other animals, we hear this like metal crunching sound behind us, and we look, and the rabbit has grown to an immense sizes and is now like bounding after us. And so we start screaming and running as fast as we can, and my friend trips and gets like stomped by the rabbit, but I can't stop. And I keep running, and then I wake up. And like it's a pretty ridiculous concept for a dream, but like being in that experience, especially like I think like the atmosphere itself already primes you to be unsettled. Like something bad is about to happen. But like being chased by like a 20-foot tall rabbit, it's no joke, you know. Even if it's a ridiculous concept, like if you are convinced that that is what you were experiencing, yeah, you're gonna be kind of terrified, you know. And so that nightmare happened a lot, and each time I was like, oh my god, horrible. Like I couldn't even like wake up and be like, oh, that was ridiculous. Like I'm okay now. I would wake up and it'd be like, oh god, okay, I'm real again. I'm safe now, kind of. Horrifying. It reminds me of a time a few years back I was taking a 3-hour trip with my ex to her hometown. It was about 1 a.m. and I started to get very drowsy. The ex had fallen asleep beside me and I started to drift off. Next things I remember is a hand gripping my head and forcing it towards my ex, and she was looking at me dead serious, saying, "Wake up." I woke up with a start, only to realize I had drifted into the oncoming lane towards the shoulder and was going roughly 160 kilometers per hour. I swerved back into my lane and instinctively hit the brakes to slow down. This woke up my ex, who asked what happened. I claimed a deer had run in front of the car. Jesus Christ, man, fess up. I never told her or anyone that I almost killed the both of us out of stupidity. Holy fuck. All right. Terrifying. Did I already? I have not read this one yet. 160. Yeah, that's like, I don't know how you fall asleep and lead foot it that much. That's crazy. Do you know? Hold on. I have to Google what this is in miles now because I'm too American for this shit. Kilometer per hour to miles per hour. 99 miles per hour. Okay, that's actually not as fast as I thought it was. Still ridiculously fast, but yeah, 99.4. That's crazy. I thought for sure the conversion rate would still have that over 100 though. That's interesting. Hold on. Okay. Should I switch to horror games? I'm considering switching to horror games. I'm considering either ending the stream soon or switching to horror games. Haven't really gotten to scratch that spooky itch fully. And I know I do get scared of horror games. You know what? We're switching to horror games right now, actually. I've decided. Let me... Oh. Hello. Turn off the spooky music. Let's see. What horror game do I want to play? Actually, I want to finish... So the first game I've ever streamed on this channel. The stream is terrible because it was my first stream. Fear the Spotlight. I got probably 2/3 of the way through this game, and I was getting legitimately scared. Allow. So I do apologize that we're going to be missing some context, but, you know. Moved here so I can see. Oh, God, it's so loud. That's too loud. Oh. That's fun. That's fun. We're adjusting the volume. I moved here so I can see more. That's almost 126 degrees Fahrenheit. Dang, that's crazy hot. Yeah. I really wish I knew how to combine chats in YouTube, because I do not like that I can't see the horizontal streams chat. Like I would far rather be able to see both. Can I open a separate instance of YouTube? No. Maybe, do I have YouTube Studio on here? Let me reinstall this real quick and see if YouTube Studio app will show me the comments better. because that would be nice. Okay, through the spotlight. Continue game. I need to adjust the volume though. Oh, I forgot. So it's already very creepy. Okay, music volume. Poop. Effects volume. Poop. Okay, this sounds reasonable. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable volume. Okay, YouTube Studio. Content. Can you show me my live stream? After doing YouTube for 14 years, you'd think I'd be better at this kind of thing, but I was not a streamer. Honestly, most of my knowledge about YouTube comes from like the back end, from like editing and such. Oh, let me change stream title though. Oh, that's something I have to do in YouTube Studio then. Okay. Dashboard. Does not look like this app is going to help me a lot. Type. Live. Apply. Yeah, it's definitely not showing me my current stream. That's unfortunate. Okay. So what's the best way to, like, monitor my stream? Because I know... Maybe I can do the browser. Because I know in the browser on my PC... there's a stream management tab that I can open up through Streamlabs. YouTube Stream Manager. YouTube Live Dashboard. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Opening up. Studio.youtube.com. And then let me see. I'll have to scroll to double check because Vortex, you're my only chatter. Except for some transphobe that came and tried to start shit. And this chat is empty. Live chat. So that is completely useless. Or is this... It's assuming that I'm trying to make a new stream. That's not at all what's happening here. Great. I love YouTube. It's so functional. Your channel. Live. Boop. I don't know why it never wants to open from my actual YouTube page. You can't see the game properly? Is that because portrait mode or like it's not showing at all? I am using Streamlabs. The problem is Streamlabs also doesn't show me both. You can add a chat box to Streamlabs. Yeah, but the problem is that only shows up on your end, on the stream. It doesn't show up on my end. Okay. And like I have it, go to live dashboard. Let's see here. Not that this is going to be useful. I would have to... Yeah, so it shows that I'm actively streaming, but it still only shows the horizontal chat. It doesn't show the, what's the word? It doesn't show the portrait mode chat. And that's really annoying to me. Dual stream. This is a frustrating issue that I've had to deal with a lot, unfortunately. It's under the chat? What do you mean by it's under the chat? I need a few more words than that to understand what you're saying. I do have like I know I can add a chat box to display the chatters on the screen, but that shows it to streamers. It doesn't show it to me. The game? It's under the chat in the game? What are you talking about? Chat? Find Amy. Letter I wrote. Quit game. Options. Text. Subtitles. Clue highlights. Effects volume. I'm really not following what you're saying, Vortex. I'm sorry. Done. Okay. Can you see the game, though? Because you mentioned earlier that you couldn't see the game clearly. Was that just when I had just pulled it up? The game is under the YouTube chat. Oh, you mean for vertical. Yeah. Yeah, that makes it harder to view. Yeah. If you want, go ahead and switch to the horizontal stream, and I will just read chat from that one. Let me pull it up. Pull it up right quick. And see, the problem is, like, the portrait mode streams get a lot more views because people are just scrolling through, so they're more likely to stumble upon it. It's not like a huge amount of views. Right now it's only got 22 views cumulative. But the horizontal one has freaking 4 views. Glad you made it. Glad you made it. Now I have to, like, share the link with myself, because for some reason, again, YouTube never wants to let me, like, open up the stream in-app. So I have to send myself a link and then open it up. And right now it's going to be like in the... But that works. I can see the chat. I can see you. So. All right. And I can't change the name. That is annoying. I do... Let me double check real quick, because I would like to have the stream name updated. View your live stream in a web browser. Will this help? Edit video? Can I do that while it's live? YouTube Creator Studio. Cool. Let's do this. Playing scary games. Trying to get spooked for the holidays. Okay, safe. I guess maybe I shouldn't have done that, because now the final version of the stream, I'll change it back later. Yeah. I don't know. I do not like the way that the YouTube, like, streaming system works. It's not ideal. Like, there should be a better way, but whatever. Close all these. All right, it's horror game time. Am I supposed to go that way, or is that just telling me it's interactable? I remember last time... Oh, see, there's so much of this landscape that I need to, like, remember. It's been, like 3 months since I played this game. Been in here, got chased around, but also I don't know what was saved. A message on the screen says, please insert disk to save file. That's right, I was looking for a disk, because I don't have... don't have a disk. How do I... Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. How do I leave? Thank you. A poster. Transparency printers are now available for use. You can print out transparencies used for overhead projectors. Use the designated computers for printing when you have a file ready. I think this is the transparent. It's a printer for projector sheets. If I print a document, I can pick it up here. So I'm wondering what a projector sheet's going to be used for. A diary page. I can't stop thinking about the letter I got before Raoul went missing. I tried to tell my parents about it, but the note is gone. I couldn't find it. They don't believe me. I'm too scared to go to anyone else. I need to do what I can to find Raoul. Okay, so quick lore drop to kind of bring you up to speed. Pretty much just Vortex, but anybody watching. I am playing a modern high school girl who she and a friend snuck on the school campus at night, tried to use a Ouija board, and basically got sent back in time to a time when this school caught fire. There was a play going on. The one girl was bullied, but she got the lead role, and then she got letters from a secret admirer. She thought the secret admirer was her co-star in the play, Raoul, who she had a crush on. Her and Raoul hit it off and have a great relationship, but then she keeps getting letters from the secret admirer and realizes it is not Raoul. And then something happens, she gets a letter, Raoul goes missing. And obviously there's a link between those two. That is all I remember about the game. Also, we are running from a spotlight-headed person. Kind of like Siren Head, but it's small. Sort of. A stack of missing posters. Missing. Raoul Rousseau. Last seen at Sunnyside High on 0301. May 1st. May? No. March? January, February, March. Forward March. Okay. And I remember scouring this room and not finding a disc, despite it seeming like that's what I'm supposed to find here. A message on the screen says, printer is ready. Please insert disk with data to print file. So, right click pulls me out, okay. So over there I've got to save the file to the disk, and then I've got to put the disk in this one in order to print it. A display stand. Use the computers on this table to print documents. Got it. Yeah, I can't imagine playing without the sparkle indicators. Just trying to click everything to figure out what actually is interactable. Okay, if I recall... Okay, oh, I actually got scared there. Because one of these doorways, once you come out, you have to, like... You're under attack. It's this one. This is the hallway. This is the hallway. Okay, what are the controls again? Options. Controls. What button is that? Is that caps lock or shift? Crouch is right click. Crouch is right click. Secondary menu. I don't see a secondary menu. Okay. Yeah, and then breathing gets all creepy. Okay, how do we get by the spotlight? No, thank you. No, thank you. Yep, okay. So there's an audio trigger for when it's going by. I think. Fucking just run. Just run. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. See, I love scary stuff, but I do not handle it well. A school announcement. All students must return home if you are not involved in an after-school activity. For your safety, please follow these rules. Do not talk to strangers. Walk together in groups. If a stranger approaches you, just say no. Okay. I guess if you don't have that sparkle indicator, she points her flashlight at anything that you can interact with. Anything I can do before interacting with the creepy mannequin in the cage? What is that? You pick up the inhaler. Oh, that's good. Our girl has asthma. She is... Oh, okay, cool. Just gonna drop the mannequin down. A bird? A small dissected bird. Who dissects birds in high school? Cats and pigs and frogs, yes. The organs look pristine. A biology book. For our next project, we will be dissecting a lovebird. Oh, how poignant. How thematic. Lovebirds are known for choosing one mate for life. If we break their heart, will they be able to move on and find a new mate? Well, that's a strange thing for a biology textbook to say. Anything else? No? Okay, buddy. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there. Hello? Yeah, that's how you untie a knot. You just pull it. Aren't you so happy? So relieved? I've freed you? Oh, I've got to untie. The cage was damaged in the fall. There's something wrapped around the mannequin's wrists. I can bend the bars with the right tool to grab it. Huh. Select item to use. Oh, I do have a tool for this. I do. The pliers. Use. Okay. You take the TV cables. You're free now, buddy. Sort of. There's no door. I think I feel better with that, actually. No, they starve themselves to death? Oh, lovebirds? Is that real? I assume that's what you're talking about. But as always, I'm not a great streamer. Fucking. Does it go this way? Does it go this way? It goes this way. It goes this way. It goes this way. Okay. I'm so good at games. I'm so good under pressure. Fucking run. Fucking run. Fucking run. Right click. Oh, there we go. And, E? I don't know what button turns my flashlight off. Okay. See, last time I played, I didn't figure out that you're supposed to hide between the lockers because I couldn't find any way to, like, avoid the light. Oh, cool. Creepy, dark storage closet. See, this is the kind of ambiance that nightmare with the rabbit had. Oh god. No, I don't think so, actually. In fact, no. Oh. A diary page. Without Raoul, I feel so broken. Why am I still in the play? I only auditioned because I wanted him to notice me. And now he's gone. There's no point in doing the show anymore. I'm telling Mr. Crane today that I quit. Okay. You pick up the VHS tape. great. So cool. So Jozu, so Dozer. No, never mind. Never mind. I just live here now. This is my home. I'm a squatter, and this is my stool. This is where I sit, and I contemplate life. It's my only activity now. It's the only thing I ever do. This is my box. This is my other box. This right here is my other box. I think these are VHS players, but like, you know, I can't actually use them. Yeah, my favorite thing is to sit on this stool, or stand behind it and pretend I'm a shop owner that no one comes to visit because I'd rather be alone. This is my life now, and it's good. I've come to terms with it. I'm happy with it. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to. You can't make me. Oh. The door is locked. Thank you. You know what? I appreciate that. Fuck. Fuck. Hold on. Flashlight F. Okay. I've already read that. Oh, great. No. No. What are you doing on my wall? That's my house. I live there now. You pick up the strange key. Thank you, child. Oh! Oh, God. Oh! Okay. Sure. You know what? You guys can have it. I don't need it anymore. Oh, God. Let's see. Yeah, coming this way. Uh-huh. Coming all the way this way. Oh, what? What? I'm hiding! I'm hiding, though! Is this more hiding? God damn it. I feel that that was unfair. Uh-huh. I'm just going in the door. 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 It's okay. You don't have to worry about it. I'm going in the door. Okay. Where's my health at? Because the lung meter thing is not showing up anymore. Oh, it's yellow. Oh, I don't remember if the inhalers just do one stage or if they fully heal. So I'm going to hold off for now until I get to red. Some cables for an old TV. It's some old videotape. Strange key. That's an Allen wrench. That's an Allen wrench. That's not a key. I guess some people call it an Allen key, don't they? Oh. I gotta go to the bathroom too, which is making this worse because I already have pee anxiety. God damn it. God damn it. And I'm too exposed. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's all good. That's all good. Where did I hide last time? Nope, I'm dead. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. How far back does that put me? Okay, still in the hallway. You know what? Going back in the room. Let's see. Where's my lungs at? Still yellow. Why? I don't understand. Like, why could I hide before, but now I can't? Like, am I supposed to go here? And, like, wait for it to pass? Uh-huh. Okay. And we're going. Kind of annoying. Yep. Coming on back, but I'm too far ahead of you. Okay. Where do we use the TV stuff? Oh. Caged Lovebird, Broken Heart, and Rose. Was there supposed to be like a clock or something I needed to look at? I could always try and brute force it. Ooh, here's how we brute force it. You have to... Boop. This is going to take way too long. There's no way I'm actually going to do this. Plus, it takes the fun out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. But... yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay. I have to double check that room, I guess. That sucks. A note between students. Dude, people have been freaking out since Raoul went missing. Yeah, Chrissy has been in the media room printing all those posters. It's so sad. Do you think she could have done something? No way. She is so depressed. Maybe he ran away to get away from her. Haha. So much gossiping. A kid goes missing and they are joking about it. So cruel. So right, girl. Oh, okay, so the projector has blacked out. Okay, so we're supposed to print something out, put it down here, and then there's a secret message. Oh, okay. This game is scary. I like it. Student delinquency slip. Student name Raoul Rousseau. Reason for delinquency, unexcused absences. Notes. Have not been able to make contact with student. Yeah, I wonder why. I think something might have happened there. Also, unable to make contact with student. What about student's parents? Okay. I think this area... I thought this area was safe. Hold on. I think he only goes down the hall, and that's why there's scorch marks down the hall. Whew. Let me refresh the stream real quick, make sure it's not... Okay. Boop. So this is the computer room again. I don't believe any of the objects we have are for this room. Cables for an old TV and an old videotape. I remember there was another room, I think in a different section with the TV. I could be misremembering though. But these are all computers. They're not going to have VHS players attached, so... Okay. Let's see. You know, I guess I could pull up the vertical stream on my phone, just in case there's any chatters there. But I don't think there will be. Yeah, you're moving. I hear you. Oh, God, you moved into this room. Oh, fuck. Okay. I didn't think he could do that. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, you're moving. All right. Okay, I've got both chats up now. Not that, I've only got Vortex here anyways, but, you know. Whew. Yikes. Okay. I haven't actually gained anything. So I just have to go back? That's lame. Which way is it going? Going this way? Yep. How am I supposed to get by him here? Yeah, you're here. Thank you, Vortex. I appreciate that. Reassuring me that at least I'm not just streaming to empty air. Can I wait here long enough that he would probably go back? Is that the gimmick? Okay, let's see. Can I fit here? Nope. That obvious hiding spot is not actually a hiding spot. I see. I'm so confused at like which lockers I can hide between. I don't understand what makes the difference there. And I don't want to use the inhaler yet. Because I think I have one hit before... Is it that it has to be a small enough gap? I've got my flashlight off, so it's not that. Oh, scared the shit out of me. I thought it was going to hurt me again. Okay, let's go to this room and see if we can see any, like, time indicator. Where did that room go? Did I pass it entirely? Oh, it's around the corner. Okay. Biology lab. Okay. Clock. Any clock? I thought I already interacted with this. Why are the TV wires back there? I can't even get them. Like, I've already... Excuse me. I've already got them right here. Examine. So many wires. Yeah, I remember using those wires. That's how old I am. Okay, does this say anything about time? Small dissected bird, organs look pristine. I guess pristine could be a time indicator. For our next project, we will be dissecting a lovebird. Lovebirds are known for choosing a mate for life. If we break their heart, will they be able to move on and find a new mate? No. Oh, I missed something. What? Oh, never mind. I didn't. That was the rope that was holding the mannequin cage up. Delinquency slip, yeah. I'm not seeing any indicator for that puzzle, which is frustrating. Because it showed a lovebird in a cage on that dial. So this would be the room to have any indicator of that. Indicator? School announcement. All students must return home if you're not involved in an after-school activity. Maybe that's the indicator? Follow these rules. Do not talk to strangers. Walk together in groups. If a stranger approaches you, just say no. So the only two time indicators I can see here is after school and pristine organs. Pristine organs would be like sunrise. After school would be, I believe, I don't know, like afternoon. But neither of those feel like clear indicators for a puzzle, and I feel like normally puzzles have like kind of obvious clues, like not obvious in that like their meaning is clear, but in that the what's the word? The fact that it is a clue is obvious. She breathes so loud when you crouch. Okay, good on this pass. I think I might just need to leave this section of the building. I think I've gotten everything I can get here. I can't even go in that door anymore. That's cool. Thanks, Ghost Kids. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, he's going on. Find a hiding space. Oh, never mind. He's just going on. Okay, cool. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hide here. Actually, take that back. Hide here. This is a smaller nook, and I'm pretty sure I got hurt in that one last time. Okay. Spooky yuki yuki, I got poop in my dookie. Oh. Alright. So we need the disc. I believe I've already investigated these. Don't come back here. Okay. TV must be back this way. Oh god. Oh, I forgot. We are in the theater. This is where the fire starts. My theory is that the fire was started by one of the students in the crew. Stage tech. Manning a spotlight. But the whole thing is like fear of being paid attention to. Oh, cool. Just right away. I love that. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna die. Where the hell am I oh, I see. Okay, see this hallway makes more sense. You hide under the desk. Although I think I remember getting burned from under the desk before. Wait. He just respawns at both ends of this hallway. How am I supposed to get by him? Okay. And there's multiple. Cool. Cool. Alright. I'll just sit here and wait. Okay. Am I far enough away? Back. Okay. Again? There should have been a pattern to this. I feel like they've got it randomly generated, though. I can't move. That's too close. I guess maybe there's a portion of time where it's dim enough that I'm allowed to pass it. But, like, that doesn't feel safe. So, I just have to sprint now? I said sprint? Well, this is a dead end. But I don't think he can reach me back here. That would be pretty unfair. Over there. There's a door right there. I think it could reach me from... Let's see. Hold on. I don't want to risk it. And this one's right here, of course. And I'm not going to risk that. Okay. Yep. Hello. Bright, scary, flaming light. I guess it is time to use the inhaler, though. Drama class. Okay, escape, and then... Yeah, lungs are red, so it's time to use the inhaler. I can use this whenever my health is low and my lungs need some relief. Use. Okay. My stomach hurts. It's tense. Okay, I kind of remember this room. A note between students. Raoul, thank you for standing up for me last week. I'm really excited to be in the play together. Mr. Crane says I need extra acting lessons. Excuse me, so I have to stay late after school with him most days. But maybe we can practice together some time on the weekend? Chrissy. Cute. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. So it all started when I was a puppy. Whoa. I don't remember this. A big metal hatch with a strange keyhole. All right. Is that the right way? Haha. Creepy! Spooky as all get out. Let's see, what's this paper say? It's some kind of construction contract. Description of work. Installation of a prop chandelier. Additional notes. Client requests the chandelier to be installed hanging over the stage. 3 ropes will be used to secure the fixture. If you understand the risks, please accept this agreement. The contract is signed by several members of the school staff. Well, how do you know it's the school staff? This is decades before you went to this school. Degrees and awards. This teacher must have been really serious about theater. Ooh. So if there's a prop chandelier and rope, and there's a fire notoriously quite bad for rope. There's a placard with a name on it. It's too old and faded to read. That's interesting. Especially because these look like they would be like library categorization plaques rather than names. Hold on. Can you actually read that? Morley. That's what that one says. And this one says W Than. And that one says Sandy. Hold on. Ugh. This one says your mom. That one says Tim. No, wait, actually it kind of looks like it says bitch. This one says Chloe. Or, oh, actually that might say Chrissy. Doesn't let me interact with it. This one looks like Sarah. And this one looks like Chandelier. The disc! Perfect. Okay. I like knowing what to do next. I like having direction. And an inhaler. Thank you very much. Much needed. Much necessary. Much necessary? Okay. I'm gonna get back up to that room. Oh! So sorry to disturb you. My bad. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Nothing spooky. Time for me to take a dookie. I'll be right back. Anything spooky happen while I was gone? I'll tell you what's spooky. I had to go out there and hear freaking Trump. Disgusting. What is that? Is that the plays poster? Will be? What's WB? I don't know what WB means. Oh, welcome back. I've caught up. Sorry. Thank you, Vortex. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. I just realized I'm going the wrong way. Because I have the disc. So I need to go this way. Oh. That was a long pause between any of them spawning. Okay, let's see how far we can get. This is good. We can be bees. All this heart pounding is really making me just want to play Minecraft. But I must press forward. Yep. Got it. I do want to finish this game, though. I've been curious for a while about where it goes. I love that our protagonist is canonically a lesbian, too. That means a lot to me. As a lesbian. Alright. So... we don't need to go in the pit yet. We do need to... Why would you be right here? Like, what the hell am I supposed to do to avoid that? Okay. Jesus Christ. Stop! Okay. Yep. See, this time it's not like continually there and moving. It keeps despawning. Whereas last time it was just perpetually in existence. Or maybe it's just the first time you enter the hallway it comes in and out. You're playing Minecraft right now? I'm jealous, actually. But I feel like committed. Oh, I don't need to come back in this room. This is not the room I need to enter. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Okay, sure. We can go. We can run. I didn't need to come here either. I'm a fool. Maybe that's why it's not perpetually there, because they're like, no, you don't need to be here. Like, there'll still be a thread, but like, you're fine. See, this is a good spot. That's a good spot. Boop, boop. Ah. It's gonna move. Okay. Let's go. Nope. What room had the projector in it? Okay. Boop. Please insert disk to save file. Oh. I can click on it specifically, that's why. Select item to use. Boop. Use. Document is being saved to disk. Please wait. Great. Fuck! Of course it'd be some bullshit like this. You take the floppy disk with the data. Okay, just go in a predictable pattern, please. Predictable pattern. Can I go under here? Good. Oh, he leaves scorch marks in his wake. Don't stop right there, you freak. No! No! Hey, what the... I didn't... That's ridiculous. That was a little over the top, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Use. Okay. Fucking... The document is printing. Please retrieve from print. Yeah, got it. I hear you. Oh my god. Can I hide under this successfully? I hope so. Let's see, how far does that fire spread though? Oh, this is so tense. Oh. Okay, print job's done. Print job's done. Get it. You take the projector sheet. Good. Okay. And you get the fuck out. You just leave. And of course it's not gonna be that simple. Jesus Christ. Literature class. Okay, honestly, it's inhaler time, unfortunately. This game, I will say, gives you like, it seems like just the exact right amount of inhalers. The exact right amount of health. You can put a transparent sheet on this projector. A plastic sheet with a long, rambling poem on it. Love blooms in bright light, my cage hides in the deep dark, curtain rises at dusk. Betrayal, I think I've got something here. Betrayal came before the show's start. I think I've got something here. Love blooms in bright light, my cage hides in the deep dark, curtain rises at dusk. Betrayal came before the show's start. Okay. See, that's what I was looking for. Something that's like very clearly connected to this puzzle. Oops. I will say, like, this game has you kind of stumble around. Betrayal was before the... Hold on. Betrayal before the show started, but the curtain rises at dusk. Before the show start, dusk. Okay. Oh, dang it. Okay, so betrayal came... The show starts at dusk. Betrayal came right before. Love blooms in bright light, dark night. Press. I did it! I'm so smart, guys. They unkissed. Read between the lines. 15 XP. From what? The Phantom of the Opera is here. A diary page. Opening night will be my chance to find out if Mr. Crane is hiding something. Oh. While he is busy, I'll take his bag and see if I can find anything about Raoul. Is Mr. Crane the secret admirer? That's creepy. I hope I'm wrong about everything. Oh, that's terrifying. That's so much worse than it being like a creepy fellow student. Ugh. Okay. I'm just stealing myself because I know I'm about to have to run again. Yep. I'm out. Peace, muchachos. Bye-bye. Adios! Okay. And this is a safe room, because this is like a intersection. Okay, the statue is down here. Hello, spooky lady. I have part of your face back. Bust is cracked and the face is missing. Yo, this bust is cracked. Must be cheating. Okay. Now we just need to find your mouth. There's an inscription. Fire of my heart, never shall we part. I don't know, kind of intense for high schoolers. You'll probably part. The odds are incredibly high, actually. Oh, okay. Well, now where do I go? I do have the video. Let me see. You are here. Computer lab, poetry, biology, and AV. Done with these. Done with this. I believe done with this. So it has to be in this end. Drama we've gone into, didn't have anything. Bathrooms are not going to... I'm trying to remember where the TV was. Where would the TV realistically be? That's the problem with, like, stopping a game halfway through and taking ages to return to it. Should I check this way? I'm curious. Oh. Nice, calm, quiet room. What did this say? A counselor incident form. A few students were bullying Chrissy in the arts hallway. Doop. Theater? You think the theater would have a TV? The drama room? Did the drama room have a TV? I went in the drama room. It just had like the risers and a stage with a therapy couch. And it had the entrance down to that like abandoned library. Bullying Chrissy, Raoul stopped the fight. Both students were counseled in the situation and are back in class. So glad the anti-bullying assembly had an effect. Okay, let me double check this pathway real quick. Oh, spooky, spooky, spooky. Spooky, spooky, spooky. I can look at the Sunnyside Theater. Oh, drama? Yeah, the drama room. It had, hold on. We'll go there. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it just had like a note. There was no TV in there. Let me look at the menu again, or the map. So drama, and like we can check. So there's a hallway that goes this way. It's definitely not the bathrooms. I'm not going to worry about the bathrooms right now. I don't know. Theater here means movie. Oh yeah, theater here means movie too. But like it both doubles as like a play theater and a movie theater. And here it just means movie theater. So the drama room is, it doesn't, I don't think it would have me backtrack is the thing. This is like the new like play area. Yeah. Oh god, oh god. I hate that there's multiple in this one. I find that so annoying. Ah, what? It was dimmed. I call bullshit. Fuck it. Okay, drama class. We'll double check this real quick. But yeah, so it's just the stage. There's a note here, and then there's the entrance down to the creepy library. So it's not in here, but that's okay because we got a spot to move from. Fucking hell. Alright, what's our health at? Red. And we don't have an inhaler. I've played a little bit too carelessly. Next hit means death. Okay, that's the music room. Okay, music class. Please have a television. There is a television. Sweet. Okay, a note between students. Is it me, or has practicing for this new play been really intense? No, we've all been feeling the stress. The drama teacher has been micromanaging everything. Ugh, I can't wait till this play is over. I had a play teacher like that, a theater teacher like that. Okay. Wire time, baby. I can plug the cables in here. They are color coordinated. Use. Boop. Boom. Why is the order reversed? Not even reversed. That's a really weird way for them to... Like, I had to deal with these things as a kid. That is not how they work. Also, why are they disconnected? They're usually, like, the same cord. I mean, they're, like, glued together, at least. Okay, put the tape in. I put the tape in the hole. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm going to write that down because there's no way I'm going to remember that. Key. 3 black keys. Boom. Boom. I wish it didn't static between them. I get that it's looping. Oh, that's how black keys work, that's why. Now I gotta draw a tiny little piano in order to make notes. That's ridiculous. Kind of a bop. Kind of a banger, not gonna lie. Bow. 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 Boom. And boom. And then, of course, I have to fill in the black keys. Because it's gotta look pretty. Because I'm an artist and I can't do half measures. Whoop. Okay. So in between, right? Yeah, in between. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Let's go. Boom, boom. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, what's that note say? A note between students. Did you see Raul and Chrissy are hanging out together now? Isn't that because they are both leads in the play? Well, I see them giggling together and passing notes in class. Feels like more than just friends. Haha, way to go, weird girl. He must be one of the most popular guys at school. Okay. Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna survive. Wasn't that the music room? Why wasn't there a piano in the music room? Did I miss something? I'm gonna have to go back in there, aren't I? I don't remember where a piano is. I don't think I've seen one. A painting of a couple holding hands. It looks like someone is watching them in the distance. Can I see? Where's the person watching? Oh, is that black blob on the horizon? I would love to see, but I'm low health, so I have to have red flashes on my screen. I guess that could be a person. Kind of looks like a sailboat. What's this say? A diary page. I can't believe it. Raul asked me to be his girlfriend. We made it official and bought promise necklaces at the mall. Now kissing him on stage will be even more romantic. There are hearts drawn all over the page. That's cute. That's cute. Oh. They make good use of the crouching mechanic in this game. I appreciate that it, like, serves a function. Like, repeatedly. It's also, like, unnerving to have to crouch. Oh, I didn't see a piano in that room. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Piano. Oh. I'm dumb. That's on me, guys. My bad. My bad. Ooh, okay. So, boom, 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 boom. I didn't even need the notes. However, making the notes did make it memorable. Thank you. Oh, I needed an inhaler. Oh, I really appreciate that. All right, face piece. We are moving, people. We are making progress. I tried telling Mr. Crane that I quit, but he wouldn't accept it. Well, then don't show up. There's nothing he can do. He said I couldn't quit the show and that it was my time to shine. It sounded just like a letter I got. I have a feeling he knows something about Raoul's disappearance. That's creepy as, shit. That's creepy as all poo-poo. I'll get out all poo-poo. See, why'd you stop playing? Where'd the fucking wires go? Okay. I'm sure that's just like a game thing, because they're like, oh, you don't need the clue anymore. But that's actually really creepy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I am Lord. Okay. No! Come on! Ugh. Okay, at the very least, honestly, the penalty for dying in this game is pretty low. I want to get through this without taking any damage, so I'm just going to do it without using the inhaler yet, just to ensure that once I get through to the other side, I'm not going to have wasted the inhaler. Nope. Because these are big brain girl gamer strats. I know how to play video games super good. Sprinting. This move was dumb. I hide under here just in case. I don't like that the time between spawns is super inconsistent. Okay, I don't need to worry about that one or that one, so I can honestly run forward. Yep. Could probably go for the door, but I don't want to risk it. 5, 4. Okay, there we go. Is it behind me? Okay. No. Dang it. Ah. Oh, that one was close. Yep. Okay. Cool. And now to return the lady her face. Oh wait, first inhaler time. It's inhaler time, baby. For some reason, that was actually really satisfying to imitate. Wow. Now I get why asthmatic people are so addicted to their inhalers. Gosh, crazy. All right, here's your mouth, lady. Welcome back. Oh, okay, bye-bye. Never mind. I guess the opposite of welcome back. Ooh, I love entering dark tunnels. Oh, I'm blocking the light. This is a problem with having, like, dramatic lighting. Easy to obscure. Wow, fascinating. What? All right. Interesting. An expensive-looking home stereo. Did someone live here? An inhaler. Sweet. Also not sweet. That's 2 in a row that they've given me, which is concerning. Okay, let's see. This is probably the puzzle, so yeah. Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4. Can I read this? Water conduit failure detected. Industrial sprinkler pump. Activate pump. Okay. That one's really pixelated. That's the... Oh, okay, I see. All right. Let's see. Doop. It's more of those red envelopes I've been seeing around that had the stalker's notes in them. It's a stack of blank paper. The premium texture has a soft grain. So the secret admirer was squatting under the school. Some diagrams for a stage play. Oh, that's the chandelier. That's the chandelier. So the chandelier probably was the fire starter. There's an ornate chandelier hanging over the stage and positions for all the actors. Whew. Red is probably going to be Chrissy right underneath that chandelier. See, some roses, shriveled roses. They were probably really pretty once. An old disposable camera with no pictures remaining. Does that mean you can see the film? Pull the film out. Take a look. This photo album is completely empty. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Creepy, creepy, creepy. A stack of blank VHS tapes. How do you know they're blank? Like, genuinely, how do you know they're blank? Alright. Sunnyside Theater's on fire. Zone 3 is secret. It's just static. Zone 1 looks like backstage. A video feed of a dressing room. Zone 2, video feed of the theater entrance. Excuse me, Zone 4. It's a video feed of the girls' locker room. Ew. Okay. And this. It's a utility tunnels map with notes written all over it. Usual hangout spot. Enters at 8 a.m. Uses bathroom in electives hallway. Ew. So fucking creepy. Guys, I don't think I can go this way. I got a strange feeling. I'm so funny. Okay, we got a locked door. Weird glowing chain. The padlock on this gate needs a key. You don't say. Do I have a key? No, I don't have a key. Hold on. Why is there a bed in there? That's creepy. Is this where you planned on locking Chrissy up? Chrissy, wake up. A sewer tunnel. It's collapsed and totally blocked. It looks like the bars were sawed off at some point. Yikes. Okay, so I can't do that water zone puzzle yet. I think I need more information. As a lesbian, this is how we see them all. That's accurate. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Okay. There's a hole in the wall here. Looks like someone dug it out from this side. I can crawl through. Dressing room. Camera must be in that removed ceiling panel. Because otherwise I don't see one. Okay, let's read the creepy note. A burned letter and rose. My star, tonight is our night. All the pain will have been worth it. Jesus Christ, what a creep. A mountain of bouquets and congratulation cards. Okay, normally you get those after the play. So that's interesting. The wardrobe. Some old dresses and costumes. They're beautiful but covered in dust. Hello. I do like the tactile function of those. It's a little annoying, but it's good. Uh-oh. A diary. I did it. I went through Mr. Crane's bag. Uh-oh. There was a small key and some photos, all of me. I feel sick. One of the photos was taken from where the mirror is in this room. I know there's an opening behind it. The show is about to start, but I need to find out what's behind there. I hope I can find Raoul. Jesus Christ. Small promise necklace. Give me the key. Prison cell key. Great. Small promise necklace. Oh, is that where Raoul was? A pile of photos. They're all of the same person. That's so creepy. Oh. Oh, this is the mirror. Oh. Fucking. Oh. Like, I know it's a fictional game, but it's a little too real. Like, not too real, but like, that's why it's, like, icking me out so much, is, like, that's the sort of thing that, like, you know, maybe not locking up students in a basement under the school, but being a creep to students, unfortunately, happens way too fucking often. It's disgusting. It just fell away so angelically. Boop. Totally safe to just enter this room. A small cot. It's old and dirty, and has a smell I can't quite figure out. I wonder if that's that rotting smell that we were talking about earlier. A little bathroom. What a nice capture. Yeah, there's the other. A barrel filled with trash and ashes. It looks like someone was burning whatever was inside. I see the promise necklace. Can I not? Why can't I grab the promise necklace? That feels like a key item that I would use for one of these, like, statues. Oh, I can grab... I take the bloody pipe. Oh my god, did he beat him to death with the pipe? Barrel filled with trash and ashes. It looks like someone was burning whatever was inside. Can I not? I really feel like that, like, stands out enough that it should have been a key item. A metal pipe. One end is covered in blood. Gross. Oh, gross. What? No, thank you. I didn't turn you on. Yet. It's stupid. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Okay, pipe down. Okay. So, where am I supposed to use the bloody pipe? Am I not supposed to, like, put it here? An intricate set of pipes that route water. There's a missing pipe that needs to be replaced. Thank you. Use. Sure, I guess that goes there. System ready. Start pump. Pump active. Status normal. Okay. Was I not supposed to, like, change these? Oh, maybe I am. Okay, zone 4. Am I... Sure. Oh! I'm a genius. I figured it out, guys. No, not the stack of blank VHS tapes.
I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I just fucking left that room and there was no one in there. Come on, bitch. Yeah, actually. There's no one. I bet you feel so stupid right now, security camera. You feel really dumb and afraid. You're the one who's scared. Not me. Not me. Why am I allowed to examine them but not zone 3? You didn't want to have a what was that or a who was that text blurb? Can I turn the radio back on? Alright, that's enough of that. Back into the thigh deep water. Love that. No risk of a UTI whatsoever here. Yep. Okay. Don't like that we had to load into this area. Because I don't recall a loading section going back. Whew. Alright, we are nearing the end, though, because we have access to the theater now, and that's kind of the whole crux of this game. What's my health at? Green? Good. And we have an inhaler. We are looking good. And we're good looking. What's that? Oh, that's just the... Okay. Not missing anything then. Let's go. I'm sure nothing spooky scary will happen. Oh, electrified water. What's that say? Poster of Amy. Come see our new star, Amy Tanaka. Come see... Oh, it does say come see our new star. Amy Tanaka, on stage now. Oh, I already read it. It's fine. I'm assuming this is also same thing. I'll double check it just in case, but... Yep. Okay. Whew. That's weird. I was in theater. We never had posters that were, like, student-specific. We had the playbills, which would say who was playing what role. Okay. Fun stuff. Sweet, another inhaler. That's still scary, but also, like, I feel so much better having more inhalers. What did I just press? Tilda? Is this a game thing? Hold on, I need to catch up. I need the stream to catch up so I can see if this is in the game or if this is like a Streamlabs thing. Picked up the inhaler, and then, okay, it is in the game. That's interesting. Debug camera, dialogue. A debug camera could be like really interesting to like just kind of go through the game after the fact, see behind the scenes. Level select. Amy, trailer, Vivian. Okay, Vivian's the start, I think. Oh, they're different. Oh, okay. I'm getting too much of a look. I need to not be so cheaty. Okay. Boop. A note between students. I'm so glad Amy replaced Chrissy for the show. Oh, Amy Tanaka. Chrissy was originally... What happened to Chrissy? What happened to Chrissy? Oh, wait, is Amy Tanaka our friend? I think Amy Tanaka is the name of our friend that we were using the Ouija board with. Vivian and Amy. I'm so glad Amy replaced Chrissy for the show. Chrissy didn't understand Crane's vision. She was too obsessed with her dead boyfriend. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what a loser. At least they are together now. I'm glad that chandelier crushed her. She deserved it. That can't be real. No, that's not real. That's some misogynist prick's imagined rambling. A letter for Amy. Okay, so Amy Tanaka is our friend. Okay. I hope that's safe. I hope no one's gonna just pop up here and reactivate that. Okay. Whew. Welcome, invited guest. I kind of like how these walls are like thrumming. Like that's very much like not like I would not assume that this is just like a glitch that happened on accident. Like that's hello, can I walk, please? What is hold on. The controls have fully inverted. Hold on. Did I accidentally press something? Navigate menu, move, WASD. Set. No. I just want you to restart. Well, okay, hold on. Set. Move W, move down, move left. Okay. And that should, of course, be WASD. But... Oh, I pressed tilde again. There we go. That was weird. Anything over here? Anything here? Nope. Okay. Into the darkness I go! Oh, I still have control. Oh, okay. Cutscene. Thank you. Oh, she's in the cage. Amy. I don't remember. There were like notes or something, supposedly by Amy. How do I get there? Oh, there's multiple generators. Fun and cool. I think Amy is like possessed at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Jesus! She's already wheezing. Okay, we're only at yellow. And we have 2 inhalers. Where did... Hello? Okay, sure. I'll take that. Yeah. That is quite a ways to the next safe spot. Don't like that. But we're good. Oh, we're good. I think I gotta go that way. Yeah, because I can't go this way. No, that's not safe. That's not safe. Okay. Get to the chopper! Yep, that's what I figured. It tracks me. So bright. Just like my future. Do-do-do. How convenient. Can I go under that? I think so. Yeah, I can go under that. But for now... Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Violin sting, violin sting. It's just going to pass back and forth between those two options, isn't it? Uh-huh. Loud and bright. What are you even looking at over there? It's a tiny corner. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. How do I navigate back safely? Do I have to go all the way through that section? I can't just cut across? I think so. Yep. Oh, I'm completely out. Okay. Alright, cool. Yep. We're here. Let's see where it goes next. Okay. Yep. Double check. Yeah, that's what I thought. I can make that. 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 I did it. I'm so cool. Okay. All right. And we're running up onto the stage. There we go. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay. Climax moment. Uh-huh. Don't worry. To untie ropes in this game, all you have to do is pull on them. So it's really a simple matter of getting you down from there. Yeah. See? Oh, 3 ropes. That's right. The rope just slides right in between the hook. No way this goes poorly. Let's go. Ow. Okay. Mannequin had its hands tied, but her hands aren't tied. There is no door to the cage, though.
Amy, are you okay? Is the light there?
Jesus, you scared me. Come here.
What happened? Things got blurry and I started dreaming about a monster.
The cage is real, so I don't think you would assume that the dream was
This is
a dream.
real?
Okay, there we go.
I'll catch you up later. First, we have to get you out of here.
Oh, dubstep. Ugh. You creep. You are a loser. User. His final form.
It's that thing. The one that put me in here.
Hi, Luna.
What are we gonna do? I have to end this for good.
Oh, the game is glitched on
Stop.
portrait.
Be careful, Viv. Mess him up.
Mess him up.
How am I going to do this?
Good question. I'm assuming the electricity. Oh. That's not ideal. Okay, hold on. I want to double check real quick because the game is glitched on vertical, and I don't know why. Oh, there's 2 instances of it. That's why. Nope, that's my frame. I wish there was an undo. Let's see. Game capture. This one. Drag that off. Pull this one up, and then boom. Sorry about that. That was weird. Anyways, let's kill this guy. Inhaler time. Alright. Okay, so there's no safety. I see. Doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit. I get you. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, except for when you have to use it because he's going to use his light. There we go. That's 1 hit. There's 3 generators, so I'm sure it's going to be a 3-hit boss. Can I... What? I'm sorry, I'm supposed to do something now? I need to grip the barbed wire with the right tool. Gee, I wonder what that might be. Perfect, I can pry off the barbed wire with this. Why is this the first place you would go? Okay, and we're running. Am I supposed to duck, or is he gonna... Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, check this shit out. What if I electrocute myself right in front of you? Yeah. Yep. Come on, buddy. This way. Right this way. Where did... Oh, jeez. Hi, buddy. Alright, now what? Screw you. You're a little bitch. Screw you. Eat a lot of shit. Okay. Now we run. Let's see, can we reuse the same generator? Because that'll be much easier. Mm-hmm. Can I walk by this? Yes, I can. Sweet. Oh. No! I didn't know I was that close to death. Shoot.
How am I going to do this?
I know Control Z is undo. Just in Streamlabs, it doesn't seem to work. Okay, cool. Love that. He didn't even get... Hold on, how much health did that take? I'm already in red. Alright. I need to grip it with the right tool. My gorilla grip pussy. Okay. And we're out. I think this is... Nope, not to move. Not to move. Alright. Cool. Yep, there we go. Doop. Screw you. You little bitch. Go eat a lot of shit. A bunch of shit. Okay. And we're running. And we're running. We're running. We press the button. Oh, God. Cool. Got him again. Should only be 3 hits, I hope. I don't know what we do now. Do we, like, stab with the... I need something hard to stab the glass with. Like a screwdriver? I can stab the glass with this. Thank you. Oh, I gotta do it multiple times. Fast, fast. Come on, come on. Just over and over again. Is that enough? Okay, good. I think. And he dithered away. I haven't had Control-Z work in Streamlabs. I don't know if that's a setting I need to change. You're free, Amy! Hopefully we can get back to our own time.
Holy crap. You did it. You killed that thing.
Yeah, I'm a badass.
Did I really beat him? Is he gone?
I hope so. I don't like that question, though. Oh. Lovely. It's the running section of the game.
We gotta get out of here.
Okay. I'll follow you. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, my berries. Yikes.
Idea where we're going?
Forward. Jesus. The poltergeists. Ah. Do I interact with the statue? Nope.
Not this way.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Alright. Oh! I've actually seen a hallway do that in real life. Not that extremely, but I was working at a movie theater and there was an earthquake and I could see the walls shifting a little bit. It was weird. Let's go! Was it all a dream?
It's a library. We're back. I can't believe it. Amy, are you okay? Do you remember what? It's all a jumble. I can't tell what was real and what wasn't. I just remember being so scared.
Yeah, it was a pretty freaking scary game.
Thing we saw was I don't think I would have made it out of it without you. Amy, I was so scared too.
They couldn't have given, like, any texture to those glasses.
Able to tell you.
Oh, it's confession time!
All night I've been wanting to share something with you. I even wrote down because I was afraid to say it. I'm done being afraid.
Hell yeah, girl.
Amy, I like you.
That way where it's super gay.
I'm so sorry about tonight.
Okay, I thought she was about to let her down.
I only did all of this to try to impress you.
There we go. Whoa, you scared me. Scaredest I've been all game.
I feel the same.
Whew.
But you're the one who's impressive. Even more than I already knew.
Aw.
Now let's get the hell out of here.
Why'd they put quotes around hell? Jersey said it weird, but...
I mean, yeah, let's go. But no, don't say it like that.
You goofy lesbians. I love you.
Anything spooky?
I don't think that Rose was there at the start. Lesbians love scary movies. This is a universal fact. There are no lesbians that don't love scary movies. Did I say scary stories? All right, guys, we did it. We beat the first game I ever streamed and left halfway. Dear player, We want to share our deepest gratitude with you for playing Fear the Spotlight. The two of us, this is a two-person team? The two of us poured our hearts into creating this game, and even though it's not perfect, oh, it's wonderful. We couldn't be prouder of what we've achieved. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate that you trusted us with your time to play our game. We sincerely hope that you experienced even a little bit of the joy we had while making it. Absolutely, it was wonderful. With deep appreciation, Brian and Krista, Cozy Game Pals. That's fantastic. Okay, I thought it was like a big game studio because Blumhouse is the producer, so I guess they sold it to Blumhouse? That's really cool. Congratulations, Brian and Krista. Cozy Game Pals. I'm going to write that down. I'm actually going to check them out. Boop, boop, boop. Cozy Game Pals. All right. Minecraft? You think I should switch to Minecraft? Oh, actually, Amy.
Okay, don't take too long.
Don't split up after you just went through that trauma. Oh, great. Okay, cool. 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 What am I... Okay. Records for overdue books and fines. Juicy gossip, but I don't have the time right now. Then why is that like the only thing I can interact with? Boop. What am I doing in this room? This is the back room of the library. This is the office. Why am I here? Can you play with me? I don't know how. Because I don't have control of the realm, so I can't invite you. And I don't have any servers. Do you have a server? There's nothing to do in this room. Why am I... And I can't leave. This is the true hell. Being trapped in a room where you can't do anything. Hello? Oh, I can open different drawers. I'm a genius. Faculty records for former librarians. I love that I have to open it each time to see. It's jammed. I think I could pry it open with the right tool. This screwdriver that I got in the past. Download Essentials? What is Essentials? The folder is labeled 1991. It's a newspaper interview with a student on opening night. It was towards the back of I was towards the back of the theater when the fire happened. Everyone saw Chrissy running on stage. We thought it was the show starting, but she wasn't even in costume. She started yelling for help, and just then the chandelier above her crashed down and burst into flames. It was awful. Damn. Poor Chrissy. It's a newspaper article about the fire. Tragedy at Sunnyside. It's still a mystery who untied the ropes that held up the chandelier. Unfortunately, many witnesses backstage did not survive the fire. That's all those kids that we see. Folder labeled 1995. It's a note from Superintendent Moore. Staff/administration. As you know, Sunnyside High is still struggling with admission rates after the fire. Unfortunately, we do not have enough funds to keep everyone on staff next year. Dang. The note goes on to list several teachers who were fired from their jobs. Was Mr. Crane one of them? Folder labeled 2007. Oh, there's a lot here. It's a report from the construction company. Upon demolishing the arts hallway, our workers found some videotapes hidden under the drama classroom floorboards. Excuse me. Oh. There was also strange furniture in the underground sewers. Please see the provided photos and let us know how to proceed. It's a printed email between the principal and superintendent. Principal Lee, I just looked over the report from the construction company. If this gets out, parents will withdraw their students, leading to a loss of funding. This tragedy has done enough to damage our reputation. Tell the workers to destroy everything and get rid of those photos. Jesus Christ. Superintendent Moore. What a moron. It's a newspaper that reads, more than a decade after the tragic fire at Sunnyside, construction on the damaged areas of the school begins. The last folder is labeled 2010. The newspaper clipping reads, Sunnyside High celebrates the completion of new facilities. It welcomes its largest class of students since 1990. Ooh. All right. It's a mod on Chris. Wait, what the fuck? Who the hell are you? Chapter 1? The hell do you mean, Chapter 1? The story continues in Chapter 2. What? Oh. I gotta check if that got made. Fear does. New. Oh, there's already new content. It's not a sequel, it's... Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to play that. But I think I'm done streaming for the night. I am tired. Vortex, we can try and figure out a way to play some other time, though. There's more? There is more. Of this game or the mod? What does the mod on CurseForge do? Goodness. I wonder how long Chapter 2 is. I don't have the energy for that right now. Dang. I'm gonna wait a second to let Vortex respond, but then I'll probably end the stream in a minute. No Minecraft tonight, I don't think. I mean, I've been streaming for, what, 4 hours? Something like that. It's possible that I rest for a bit and then come back. Discord? Yeah, sounds good. Alright. Boop. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Have a great night.